name first whenever speaking. Applicants and members of the public must be sworn in before speaking for the first time. So Chairman Joel Adrian will swear you in before you speak. Only attendees who have registered to speak before the deadline at noon today may speak during the meeting. Video and microphone have been disabled for all attendees. We have a list of all the attendees, and then we have a list of those that registered to speak, so we'll call on you. Attendees will only be given the capabilities to speak when they are called on during the public comment period. Board members who need to recuse themselves from voting will be temporarily removed from the meeting and readmitted prior to addressing the next item. And we do have that issue tonight. So Joel Adrian has a conflict with item number 1, so he will exit the meeting. And hopefully Amanda Barton, who has agreed to be our co-chairperson, will lead the meeting during that time. If the board goes into executive session, they will call into a separate conference line, and all video and audio on Zoom will be temporarily turned off until they are ready to return to the regular meeting. Chat has been disabled for everyone. And of course, this is a public hearing, so this meeting is being recorded. So with that said, I want to turn it over to Chairman Joel Adrian, and he'll read the opening statement. I will advance some slides that kind of, in text form, explain what he's saying.
Excellent, Joel. Thank you. This is Chairman Adrian. This is the June 3rd, 2020 meeting of the City of Charleston Board of Zoning Appeals Site Design. Present are Nell Postel, Paula Murphy, Andrew Hargett, Jeff Webb, Emmanuel Ferguson, and myself, Joel Adrian. Present from the planning staff are Eric Schultz, Lee Batchelder, and Bethany Whitaker. These proceedings are being recorded. We ask that those who speak identify themselves for the record. We will then conduct this meeting in usual fashion. We will first receive information from city staff about the application and their recommendation. If the recommendation is favorable and no one objects to the application, usually the Board of Zoning Appeals treats the matter as being uncontested and passes it as a matter of course. If, however, the city recommends against the application or there is opposition to the application, we treat the application as contested and hear from the applicant and anyone else who is in favor of the application. Next, we hear from anyone opposed, followed by a short rebuttal from the applicant. We then close the public hearing portion of the meeting for that particular application and open discussion to the Board of Zoning Appeals members only. We will then make a decision to approve the conditions, or deny the application. The Board of Zoning Appeals Site Design has authority to do 3 things. 1, hear appeals to decisions of the zoning administrator. 2, grant special exceptions, a fact-finding function of the board. And 3, grant variances to the zoning ordinance if the application meets the hardship test outlined in section 54-924 of the ordinance. The board may deliberate and make a final decision on a matter by a majority vote of members present at the hearing and qualified to vote, provided that not less than a quorum are present and qualified to vote. For a variance to be granted, the Board of Zoning Appeals must make the following findings. A, that there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to the particular piece of property. B, these conditions do not generally apply to other property in the vicinity. C, because of these conditions, the application of the ordinance to the particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. And D, the authorization of a variance will not be a substantial detriment to the adjacent property or the public good. The character of the district will not be harmed by the granting of the variance. So with that said, we'll go back to Eric Schultz with city staff.
Thank you, Chairman Adrian. All right, to continue, public comment. Order on each application. Chair announces each application followed by staff presentation and recommendation. Staff will call on the applicant to present their application after being sworn in by the chair. Staff will open the public comment period to receive comments from registered attendees in favor, first spoken, then written. Each speaker will be sworn in by the chair. Staff will then recognize registered attendees for public comments in opposition after a speaker is sworn in, first spoken, then written. Staff will recognize the applicant for a short rebuttal. Chair will then close the public comment period and begin board discussion. Providing comment. If you submitted a request to speak on an item before the deadline, staff will call your name when it is your turn to speak and enable your microphone. Your microphone will be disabled after you are done speaking. You may only speak once for each item, and you must state your name and address for the record, or you will not be permitted to provide comment. Board discussion. Following public comment period, board members can make comments, ask questions, and make motions. After a motion and a second, board members will vote aye in favor or nay not in favor. If a vote is unanimous, chair will poll each not unanimous. Chair will poll each member for their vote. The chairman shall announce the vote on the motion and the final decision on the application. If a board member needs to recuse, he will be temporarily removed from the meeting and placed back into the meeting at the start of the next agenda item. If the board needs to go into executive session, they will call into a separate conference line, and all video and audio on Zoom will be temporarily turned off until they are ready to return to the regular meeting. So at this time, Scott, did Amanda join us?
She did.
She did?
I see her at the bottom of the screen. Hey,
Very
Amanda.
good. Very good. All right, Amanda, thank you for joining. At this point, we're going to remove Joel from the meeting, and Miss Amanda Barton will carry on as chair.
Eric, I think Amanda is either muted or doesn't have her mic available.
Okay. Well, let's back up. And Amanda, do you hear us? Amanda, can you hear us? Well, I think she dropped off. Did she drop off? Oh, there she is. Amanda, please unmute yourself. Amanda? We see that you're there. Can you unmute yourself? Scott, do we have the ability to unmute Amanda?
Have the ability to send her a request to unmute yourself, but yeah, flip that switch manually.
Amanda, can you hear us? Unmute. Amanda? I'm not getting any text from her, Scott. Oh, there she goes. Oh, she's on. Amanda, can you hear us? She's unmuted. Amanda? Well, now she's muted. She was temporarily unmuted.
You know, I don't mind giving
Oh,
a try. Is she able to do it? I don't mind giving a try, chairing this one if we need to.
yeah, I think maybe we should move on. Hopefully she can work that issue out.
you know,
All right,
somebody.
so we're going to have Emmanuel Ferguson step in as co-chair. So with that said,
Do we have the TMS number on the slide that I can just
yeah,
see
did you
here?
print out
I'm
your
really
long
just,
form? Did you
I
print
didn't
out?
print out my long. I didn't print out my long form, but I can certainly
Okay.
pull it up. Or is it right there?
Yes.
All right, here we go. All right, so first, we're on the record here. So the agenda item is A1. It's 1150 Folly Road on James Island. TMS number 425-13-00-030. It's a request for a variance from section 54-347 to allow a reduced landscape buffer with zoned RO.
Thank you, Emmanuel. Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
So here's a copy of the application that was available online. This is the said property. It's a lot that fronts on Folly Road, one lot in from the corner of Shandon and Folly. Please note this screen, keep this screen in your memories. The said lot is zoned RO as stated. However, to the north, the property 1144 is zoned SR1. Everything in color is in the city of Charleston. Everything in white is either in the town of James Island or unincorporated Charleston County. This is an aerial shot. As you can see, residential in nature structure with a garage and a shed that was attached to the garage. Also note this is a Google Maps view, the Nationwide Insurance Company to the north. This is the existing, and you'll learn why, the existing condition survey, obviously a residential structure with a two-car garage and a shed and a couple other elements. The application in front of us, I might just stop here. The city became aware of a number of issues occurring on this lot several months ago, and upon further investigation and meeting with the contractor and the owners, it was soon learned that there was a myriad of issues going on, and most of it was occurring without permits. To describe some of the issues that were going on, the porch on the back, which was an open to the air porch, was enclosed. A very large addition was attached to the one-story brick garage. They kind of poured some gravel in the front yard. And so there was a numerous issues that were brought to our attention. And obviously we met on site to discuss all with the owner and the contractor. This is specifically the addition to the garage that is the issue in front of us tonight. You can see the existing one-story brick and then a very large two-story addition was built, again, without permits. This is the proposed site plan. After meeting on site, we raised all the issues, and I want to kind of explain some of them with the next slide. I'll come back to this, but this is a proposed plan for the property. RO is the base zoning. So RO has required setbacks of a 25 front yard setback, a 25-foot rear setback, a 6-foot setback on the north side, and a 12-foot setback on the south side. So you can see those dashed lines represent the setbacks. Obviously the garage with the red X encroached into the rear setback. That's a no-no. And the implementation of gravel in the front yard. The RO zone district requires that the residential character of the principal building be maintained and that no parking is to occur in the front setback of 25 feet. And basically the whole front yard's been laid down with gravel. On top of that, recently City Council ratified what we call the Folly Road overlay. There's a couple things going on this piece of property. The overlay obviously trumps some of the requirements in the zoning ordinance, but then when it's not stated in the Folly Road overlay, then the zoning ordinance takes precedent. So I want to go back to this slide because when you have a proposed office use against an SR1 zoning, there is a suburban 25-foot landscape buffer requirement adjacent to that property that is zoned residential. The Folly Road overlay requires a 20-foot landscape buffer on the rear property line against a residential property, and that buffer can be reduced down to 10 feet if the zoning administrator feels it's appropriate, with the condition that a fence and landscaping be planted. So the project is to build, well, basically what has to occur is they have to remove or demolish the illegal addition, but the application is to build back an extension to the one-story brick garage to the rear and stop at the 25-foot rear setback. However, that portion of the addition to that one-story brick would be within the 25-foot incompatible landscape buffer requirement. So that's the issue in front of us tonight, is to reduce that landscape buffer and provide a 6-foot 6-inch buffer adjacent to that SR1 zone property. So that's a blow up of the site plan showing that the addition, which is the cross-hatched area, would be 6 foot 6 inches off the property to the north. I might add that the property, and this is an exhibit of the proposed modified addition. So the dark area on your elevation is the existing brick garage. And then the white area with the garage door shown with that square hatching on it would go back as far as the 25-foot rear setback. And then they would extend the roof to 1.5 stories with a gabled roof and some dormers. So you can see both the side view and the end view. The upper left would be the view from Folly Road. The next to that, to the right, would be the elevation from the rear, and then of course your side views. The proposal is to use this area, this building, as storage, as a supplement to the office use. So, however, even though the corner property is zoned SR1, it has been used for many years as office, and you can see that it's used as a nationwide insurance office today. There is an effort with that owner, which is the pipeline with the Planning Commission, to clean up that zoning, and they're requesting to be rezoned to RO. So if that were to have already occurred, the landscape buffer between an RO zone property and an RO zone property would not be required. But the timeline, the contractor and the owners wanted to pursue the variance. So I want to go back to this. So a lot said for a typical parcel on Folly Road, where we have a lot of these buildings converting to office use, and of course RO has very strict requirements as to what can occur in RO. Staff is prepared to recommend approval with the following conditions. They must remove the portion of the new addition within the RO 25-foot rear setback. They must modify the new addition to be 1.5 story garage accessory structure as per the document, and that new addition must receive DRB approval. They must submit a site plan that meets the code requirements for the RO zone district and the Folly Road overlay. So I mentioned a lot of things that we're not specifically addressing tonight, but I'll just kind of brief you on a few things. The overlay requires a buffer adjacent to Folly Road. They have to build a multi-use path. We are not going to allow them to reduce the landscape buffer in the rear as the Folly Road overlay. It's basically going to be a 25-foot landscape buffer, which exceeds the 20-foot required by, or could be required by the Folly Road overlay. And then, of course, they have to meet the interior landscaping requirements, and RO allows a non-hard parking. So we got to get the gravel out of the front yard and protect the grand tree that's in the front yard. So there's a lot of things. So they must submit a site plan that meets those requirements. And then, of course, number 4, provide a landscape plan for both DRB and zoning review and approval. With that said, I want to turn it over to the applicant, and Scott is going to allow Ivy DeAngelis to be unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, is this Zach?
Yes, sir.
All right. Emmanuel is going to swear you in first.
All right.
All right. I heard Zach Ivy. Is that your name?
No, Zach Bennett. I'm sorry, Zach Bennett.
Oh,
Zach Bennett.
Zach Bennett. I guess we're on the record here. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you
I
God?
do. Yes, sir. I do.
Swear or affirm, really. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Bennett,
You can go ahead. You have the floor.
Okay. I appreciate everyone's support during this process. I know it's been pretty crazy. Since August of last year, we've tried to work diligently with the city to come up with a favorable plan for the property. I believe with the city's guidance, these revisions meet all the requested criteria that Lee just spoke about. The Rethink Folly Road guideposts, specifically the valuable section, lays out a plan in which the properties of Folly Road will receive incremental upgrades and attract local residents and businesses. As stated in the brochure, this plan does not rely on large-scale multi-block developments to achieve change. Instead, it envisions small incremental changes that can be made to parcels of all sizes over time, together resulting in an improved physical environment. When this renovation began, this property had been severely burned and was in complete disrepair. Our aim is to work with the city to make improvements, not only to the building, but to the property as a whole, and provide some creative office space for local small businesses and housing for long-term residents. That's really the main goal, and I don't know, I hope we can achieve that tonight, but that's all I have to say for now.
All right. Well, thank you. That was the applicant, right? So is anybody else present or signed up to speak in support of the request?
Chairman Ferguson, we had one individual register to speak in favor, and her name is Lisa Spradlin, and I don't see her on the attendees list. Do you see her, Scott?
Yes, sir. She called in.
I'm here.
Okay. You have the floor, Miss.
I'm here.
You have the floor.
All right, Ms. Spradlin.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Spradlin, before you start talking, I got to swear you in. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, you go ahead and state your name and your address and go, and you have the floor.
My name's Lisa D. Spradlin. I live at 1154 Folly Road, which means that I am directly beside 1150. And our yards adjoin from Folly Road all the way back to the neighbors from behind. I have been in that house for 36 years, and I've seen a lot of changes go on. And I was so pleased to find that someone took that property over. It was a burnt building, and you could smell that it was a burnt building from my yard. There were terrible people there before. That the new owners have come in. It was grossly overgrown. They cleared all that out, and it looks presentable. And I'm begging for you to please let them continue the work that they have, because I live right next door. I've been there a long time, and I was so happy that they took that house over and what they have done to it so far. Any questions?
We appreciate your statement. No, ma'am, we appreciate your statement. Is anybody else, Eric, you said that was the only person signed up in favor of the applicant or the application?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, did anybody sign up in opposition, to speak in opposition of the
Yes,
request?
sir. We had a number of individuals register opposed to the project, and I'd like to start with Miss Courtney Kozelski.
All right, Ms. Kozelski, are you on the line?
I'm here.
All right, I'm gonna swear you in real quick. Do you promise or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right. Go ahead and state your full name and your address for the record, and you have the floor.
My name is Courtney Kozelski. I am at 1605 Shandon Street. I'm the property adjacent behind 1150 Folly Road. I'm asking for your support to deny the variance reduction for the landscape buffer at 1150 Folly Road. We've kept track of events and multiple violations in the building process. The rear structure has absolutely no building permits, did not appear on the original site plan, violates setbacks and height restrictions. Protected trees were even trimmed that were not on the property, all of which was done despite 2 stop work orders and conversations with city officials. The repetitive violations are only those that I can see from the exterior. The contractor has pretty good experience with Charleston. Mark Purcell is one of the owners, and he has experience as a residential builder. Sarah Purcell, another owner, she has experience as a real estate agent and short-term rental owner. It's upsetting that they blatantly disregarded zoning regulations on repeated occasions, showing a lack of regard for the rules and regulations set by the city of Charleston. They ignored their impact on the surrounding community and environment. So my hope is that you can help correct this situation. Please show the support, consideration, and respect for our neighborhood and environment that was not shown by the Purcells or Zach Bennett by denying the variance for 1150 Folly Road. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comment. Eric, is there any, well, does anybody have any questions or comments for Ms. Kozelski on the board? Is that the time to give that?
That is correct.
Seeing, well, I do have one for you, Eric.
Yes.
The violations that Ms. Kozelski mentioned that were committed, were her statements accurate?
There were a number, as I stated, like the graveling the whole front yard under the RO, making it appear to be a parking lot is not permitted. They can't park within the front 25-foot setback. The addition, obviously, without permits, violated the rear setback and also the buffer issue in front of you tonight. Really can't speak to the pruning of the trees. The backyard appeared to be, with the construction activity in the back, converting the exposed deck off the back of the principal building to enclosing that. There was a lot of construction activity around it. So the yard, looked like a construction zone in the back. The grand tree out front to the south, on the south property line, again, it has gravel within its protected zone. So there are a number of issues that have to be addressed, and we believe that they will be addressed once we can possibly resolve this issue and move forward with a site plan that will be scrutinized for all code requirements and approved. In the interim,
Okay.
there wasn't an approval to allow some activity with permit to continue in the principal building with some conditions. So Yes. We do have a number of others signed up to speak, but
Right.
following Ms. Kozelski, I'd like to just read a comment from Jeff Kozelski, and his comment is such: I am opposed to allowing a variance on this property and in favor of demolishing the unpermitted building. Period. That was registered as a comment. So back to individuals. I'm trying to see as I scroll down my attendee list. I'll call on Arlene Brenham if she's available. Not sure if she's on.
Arlene Brenham.
Brenham.
All right. Ms. Brenham, are you present? Ms. Brenham, are you present?
Scott, I don't see her name.
All right. Finding that she's not present, we'll just move on to the next person.
Okay, the next individual was Gene Smith.
Mr. Smith, are you present? Mr. Smith, are you present?
Gene Smith, as in a female, I believe.
Oh, I'm sorry. Miss Smith. Miss Smith, are you present? Miss Smith, are you present? All right, finding that she's not present, we'll move on to the next name.
And then we also had Miss Kathy Squires.
All right, Miss Kathy Squires, are you present? Miss Kathy Squires, are you present?
Don't see her name.
All right, finding that she's not present, we'll move to the next.
Okay, and then finally, I'd like to recognize Council Member Carol Jackson.
Yes, sir.
Yes, we hear you.
Thank you. Would you like to swear me in, Mr. Chairman?
Emmanuel, you got to unmute yourself and swear in Miss.
I'm sorry. Do you promise or swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
All right. So go ahead and state your full name and address, and the floor is yours.
My name is Carol A. Jackson. I live at 1461 Patterson Avenue, Charleston, 29412. And I want to introduce myself as I'm privileged to be elected to represent District 12 on the Charleston City Council. So this property is located in the District 12 area. I don't want to speak for too long, but I do have several comments that are cumulative from supporting sort of the history that Mr. Schultz recounted to you all about the property's purchase and beginning of the renovation for the site and the house that existed at the time the property owners purchased it. I heard Mr. Bennett represent his owners by saying that they had studied the Folly Road, the Rethink Folly Road vision plan, which really is the incorporation of a community effort that lays out what all the residents of this part of James Island and the whole region actually, for how Folly Road can continue to be a supportive commercial avenue for people's enjoyment on a bike, pedestrian, small places for them to go. We have a vision that will really take a long time to accomplish. And as Mr. Bennett said, I agree with him that the idea is that we're not waiting for the biggest bang for the buck from developers who are going to come in and buy up a lot of land and make brand new things here. We do really appreciate the incremental and the fostering of the sort of the properties that are already in place. All of Folly Road was residential back in the day, before it was, after it was dirt and agriculture farms, my understanding. But the residence is a very prominent feature of this whole part of Folly Road. If you drive down, if you didn't know that there were business signs hanging out there, you would think you were still in an old suburban neighborhood with very generous lots and beautiful trees and all of that. But it is a commercial district, and we do want the activity that especially residential office brings, because it does engender the opportunity for people to live and work in these properties. And I think the overall concept for this property is excellent. What is not excellent was the way that it was implemented. I think the neighbors are correct in feeling like they were basically taken advantage of and turning out to be whistleblowers against the activities that they saw going on here without any permitting, any notice by the city, to the city. If I hadn't heard from some of the neighbors directly, while we were considering a commercial rezoning for the same property, I never would have gone there and looked around the whole property. I probably trespassed that day, so I apologize for that. But it shocked me to see what had happened. And I looked up the records and I called everybody at City Hall in Planning and Zoning Office, and nobody had any record until right after that. Then we were able to send an inspector, and we made an after the fact building permit for the inside of the house. And then we started dealing with what was going on the full site. So I think that the hardship that, variances are supposed to accompany hardships are basically have been created by the new owners by running ahead of the permitting process and the site planning process and the design review process that now they're saying they are willing to be part of. I'm all glad about that. I'm glad that they've finally seen the light and they know that they've got to go through the city's very thorough development process. But they weren't less than a year ago. So the other thing that I've picked up in listening to Mr. Bennett tonight, and then reading or I guess it was Mr. Schultz that said, and then reading the application that Mr. Bennett turned in to the zoning office to begin this hearing agenda item tonight. Mr. Schultz said that the purpose of this expanded garage, 1.5 story, I mean, you saw the layout now and the elevations. I mean, it looks very nice. It's going to be a very, exemplary garage based on those in the surrounding territory, which is what you're supposed to be looking at when you give a variance. It doesn't look like it's going to be only used for storage. And that's what Mr. Schultz said that the staff was told when this application was turned in. So I guess in the vein of doing things incrementally, I would say, let's get the house under use. Let's take down the addition that has to be done before they can get a certificate of occupancy on the house that they are fixing up on the inside and turning into office on the bottom, and I understand an apartment on the top. That'll be great. Live, work. It's a wonderful concept. If they need storage, they can make a storage unit out of the existing garage, put the back wall back on, and then they wouldn't even need to get a variance on the side lot, according to what Mr. Schultz told me today. So I believe in incremental progress. I believe that we do want a beautiful frontage for Folly Road and all of the things that come with it. I'm not so sure that we need whatever commercial use was stated on this application, because that's what I highlighted. The building to be used for commercial office, similar to surrounding properties. Well, that's what they have in the house, commercial office and a residential. The surrounding properties do not have these extra elegant auxiliary structures that it would be begging for more than just a storage use, in my unprofessional opinion. So thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to address you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Jackson. Eric,
Emmanuel?
Was that the last person that
Actually,
signed up to? Go ahead.
So Scott informed me that a couple of the individuals that signed up are available to speak through Courtney Kozelski's phone line, apparently. So
Oh, great. All right. So we'll go back to them.
I'm not sure who those individuals are of the three.
Hi, we're here.
All right, so who,
Which one of us would you like first?
how about Ms. Smith?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, Ms. Smith, you signed up to speak in opposition of the application. If you could just actually, do you swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, we'll state your full name and address, and the floor is yours.
Yes, Hillary Jean Smith. I'm at 1155 Bradford Avenue. So it's behind the 1150 parcel and to the left. My biggest concerns, I guess, are the fact that the building is causing issues to the surrounding homes, and I would think to the insurance company as far as water drainage currently. And then looking at the draft that you all had drawn up, it looked like that he was going to gravel the whole back area for parking. And I didn't know how that was going to affect the water drainage, because on the Bradford side, my home and my next door neighbor, we already currently in a heavy rain are dealing with flooding issues. And I don't think that we need to have anything behind us contributing more to it. And as far as the builder and the owner go, they knew that they were doing things wrong and they proceeded anyway. And I think to grant them permission to leave this structure up and to, in my terms, abuse this property the way they have is just total disregard for your, and I'm in the town of James Island, our policies that everybody else is expected to follow. And that being said, I agree with everything Courtney said. And then again, if you want to grant them this building, I mean, it's already going to be supposedly 3 office spaces in that one home, which just baffles me that I'm going to be sitting in my backyard and having to listen to cars coming, cars going, you know, slamming doors. We already have Folly Road, you know, that's making enough noise, in the strip mall across the street with everybody coming out of the bars at night. Anyway, back to my story. If you want to grant them commercial use, why don't you put it in your backyard? That's all I have to say. Any questions? And please don't hang up because we still have Arlene on this line.
All right, well, thank you, Ms. Smith. And Ms. Arlene, are you on the line as well?
Yes, I am.
We'll just move on to you. Tell me your last name, Ms. Arlene.
It's Arlene Branham.
Branham, okay. All right, Ms. Branham, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, well, great. State your full name again for the record, and then your address, and you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Arlene Branham. I live at 1181 Bradford Avenue here on James Island. And I am speaking, of course, about the property on 1150 Folly Road. The property was purchased in 2019 as a 5-bedroom, 2-bath, 2,400 square foot home on a 0.47 acre of property. It has a detached 2-car garage in the rear. An additional building has been added to that garage at the rear of the property also. With this is with no concerning, no interest in what's going on, no regard to the single family homes that are adjacent to this property. On Bradford Avenue, because so many of the homes on Folly Road are being sold and turned into commercial office space or commercial or residential office space, that we are having more and more flooding on Bradford Avenue. As they grade the property to allow for parking in the rear of these buildings, that does not allow for enough water runoff on their property, and it's coming on to ours. We as residents have been working with Mr. Mark Johnson, who's the Director of Public Service with the town of James Island, with the seriousness of this flooding of the entire street and all of our properties. We're having to take on ourselves, adding French drains to our yards, trying to help resolve the problem, and it's getting worse and worse. And the more that we allow these buildings to be built with the extra parking in the back, the less and less place that this water has to drain to. I ask that you, I should say also, there has been a petition signed that Ms. Courtney has with her of all the local residents right here, all the homeowners, saying that we all agree that we do not want this business here, the size of the business with all the gravel in the yard to help. That's still going to continue causing flooding on our properties and on the street. I asked the board to deny the variance changes. I asked them to deny any other construction to be allowed on the property. And I also asked that the property that was built with no permits be destroyed and taken off. I also asked the board to consider for future times how many businesses can be in one building. So many people are buying these buildings and they're converting them into office space, but you cannot have 4 or 5 businesses, small businesses in one building because of the parking, the noise, and the other concerns. I think this is something that needs to be looked at and possibly be added into the restraints when if you zone a house that it could be residential office, limiting the amount of businesses that can be in that building. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Brenham. Is there another person with you
There
as well?
is. There is.
I thought so. And what's that person's name?
I'm Kathy Squires.
Kathy Squires.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. And just before you speak, Ms. Squires, Eric, is Ms. Squires the last person that signed up?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Ms. Squires, let me swear you in real quick. Do you promise or affirm to tell, or swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, Ms. Squires, state your full name and your address, and the floor is yours.
My name is Kathy Culbertson Squires, and I am the co-owner of the property at 1605 Shandon Street with my daughter. I used to live here. My daughter lives here now, but we both own the property. And I'm here sometimes, and let me tell you, the property, the changes to the adjoining property look like they were built in an area without zoning. They're unattractive. I know the structure's unattractive. I know that the drainage on my daughter's property, or my property, has changed enough that within the last month they've had to add 2 French drains to that side of the property. I know we can't prove that it has anything to do with the construction. One of the additional things that concerns me with the current ownership is the number of parking spaces they are allowing, or they have planned for on that property. If you look at all the gravel, it looks like they're planning on having lots of cars there. And I do understand that change is going to happen. I have to say that if the owners would agree with everything that Carol Jackson has mentioned, it sounds like a wonderful future. However, looking back, I don't think the future going forward with these neighbors is going to be what we hope for. And I just agree with everything my daughter says, and I think that's enough said. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for being here. I think those are all people that signed up in opposition. Unless anybody on the board has a question for anyone, I'm going to move back to the applicant for a rebuttal. Mr. Bennett, are you still on the line? It is Mr. Bennett, right? Zach Bennett?
That is correct. Zach Bennett.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
All right. Would you like to have a rebuttal or speak on? Would you like to rebut anything, or do you want to continue with the process here?
Yeah, I mean, just very briefly, Eric listed out all of the wrongs and the missteps that were taken. And as Eric listed in the beginning, and many of you repeated. There were serious issues with the property, and we've been and will continue to work diligently with the city to rectify the issues. The structures, the new plan is basically to completely change and meet all of the requirements necessary and laid out by the city within the ordinance and within code and zoning. And we want to work with the city to make this piece of property something that everyone's happy with and not an eyesore or a problem. We don't want to anger or upset any neighbors. We want to try to right any wrongs that were done and proceed in the future under all the correct circumstances and rules and guidelines that the city set forth. And that's all I can do, and that's all I have to say.
All right, thank you. So if I'm not mistaken, that is everyone. And now I have to close the meeting to the public and open it to board discussion.
Mr. Chairman, before you do so, I just want to clarify that RO is a very specific zoning district that you may view it as commercial, but it is office. The type of office use would be attorneys, real estate type office. I can't exactly recall the myriad list of office classifications, but it's not general business. It's not a intense zone district that allows, you know, intense commercial uses. It's strictly residential office. So I just wanted to make that clear. And then I did want to state that, you know, this is the first of maybe possibly many virtual public hearings, and the city worked very hard and we scrambled, and it was determined that we would post the applications and the exhibits submitted by the applicant a week in advance of the meeting, so people would have a chance. Typically, if we had the building open at 2 George, people could come in and view the files at their will and so on and so forth. But we did our best. But this image, I just wanted to point out, if you go back and look at the PowerPoint that was posted and then the PowerPoint being presented, there are additional slides, and that's not uncommon, you know, even during in-person meetings where we get late information and we add things to our PowerPoints. But this rendering or the architectural drawing was not part of that, but it was a result of working with the city to pull that building out of the 25-foot rear setback and make it 1.5 stories. So I just wanted to make that clear.
All right, appreciate that. So I guess we are now open. I guess we're now open to board discussion. So, board.
Eric, I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
So the variance in question really is the setback to the north, or, you know, to the top of the page, the Linda M. I don't know, trust property.
That is correct. So back to this slide. So the issue is a landscape buffer variance. When you have incompatible zoning, and that is obviously we have a office use or a lot that can be used for office against a lot that is zoned single family residential.
Right. No, but what I'm saying is if we have the 25-foot buffer in the rear, correct?
Well, that
doesn't require a variance because they're removing the stuff that they overbuilt, and that will meet code, correct? They don't need a variance. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Let me go back to this drawing. I apologize. The red X, nothing can be built where the red X is because that's a building, 25-foot building setback.
Right.
The city was not going to even go down that avenue to support such a variance there. So they pull that out and then they build to the left of the red X. That crosshatch area would be the addition. That portion of the structure is within the 25-foot landscape buffer requirement, and they're providing a 6 foot 6-inch buffer for that portion of the addition.
I apologize. I meant to identify myself as Andrew Hargis before I started speaking. Now that I know that, I'm just going to make a few comments. I heard the people's complaints, justified complaints, but the way I'm reading the stuff, our purview isn't that these people overstep their bounds and they need to be punished. That's a city problem, not our board problem. The drainage should be handled by TRC. I would ask you, did they bring in more fill? Did they bring in more gravel without excavating and change grades before? And, I'd make sure that the TRC knows that. And the only thing I am not clear on is the hardship. So my guess is, because hardship was never mentioned, I don't know why these people refuse to tell me what their hardship is. But I'm guessing the hardship is that they already have a 1-story brick garage that they want to add on to, which is within that 25-foot buffer between RO and single residential. Is that the way you interpret it?
So that is partially correct. So this property, I don't know the exact history when it was annexed into the city and given the zoning of RO, but when it was probably in unincorporated Charleston County, or maybe it had to be because it's not in the town of James Island. So when such properties are brought in, we view that 1-story brick garage as legal non-conforming.
Okay.
So that red X, there's a building there currently, and the city is going to require it to be torn down or modified or not have anything built there. Is that right?
So basically the entire structure would have to be torn down, because the proposal is to reduce the depth of the structure and then also make it have a hipped roof with dormers. So the only thing that I could really see, I'll defer to the applicant if you want to hear from the applicant, is that possibly a portion of the concrete pad in which that was built could be maintained, but then there's nothing I don't think they can salvage. Maybe a partial wall, I don't know, on the north and south side, but when you see this, well, sorry, that's a very large 2-story structure with a lot of structural elements to it, I guess, to hold the roof up and what have you. So they'd have to tear that basically off, I believe, to create this. I'll defer to the applicant.
I think I got my answer there. Does anybody else have any questions or comments on the board?
I had a question and a comment, Eric, or that maybe the applicant can answer about the north property. The insurance agency have they weighed in, and is any part of this process? I know that they're in the process of rezoning.
That is my understanding, that the application has been received. I believe, this virus has really, put a hurting on our regular schedules, but I believe it's scheduled to go to this month's planning commission to be heard, whether they vote in favor, make a favorable recommendation to city council for the rezoning. That's, yet to be seen.
Well, we have not seen anything whether they support or do not this request.
The owners of the operation, the owners or the insurance company, I'd have to defer to Mr. Bennett on that. I have not seen anything in writing or that I hear from that group.
Okay.
Mr. Bennett, are you still on? Mr. Bennett?
There he is.
Sorry, I was trying to speak up, but it had me muted.
It's all right. Did you hear Jeff's question about whether the insurance building owners of that insurance building have chimed in on about their opinion as to the request?
They told me that they neither oppose nor support. They just want to sell the building and didn't want to be involved. That's what the owner of the insurance company told me. So I don't know. I don't have a better answer for that. But also to answer the other question, that whole garage, yeah, would have to be deconstructed. The back section that is past the 25-foot setback is completely removed, not to be rebuilt. And the new structure would be built to that plan specifically that was on the other slide. So it would be a smaller structure.
And one more question for the applicant is one of the variance conditions are that the conditions of the ordinance, when applied, would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the development of this property. And so I would like your take on that, on how that condition is being met.
I'm not certain on I don't really understand the question. How
the application of this buffer would mean that you can't expand that garage, and that I would say is the second part of that. It doesn't prohibit you from development of the property, but I guess how does that unreasonably restrict the development of that property?
How does this?
You would still be able to have your offices. You would still have your parking for that office. How does the buffer restrict you from doing what you want or need to do on that property?
I wanted to provide storage for the people who rent that property and parking. So that structure just provides 2 more parking spaces and storage for anyone that rents that property above it.
So your parking number, it takes into account the surface parking we see and parking in the garage?
Yes, sir.
And that is what is required to meet the ordinance for your use?
I think that Lee and Eric advised me on the number of parking spaces, and then we drew that in. But yeah, those are just additional parking spaces. I believe they are required.
Okay. And one more, and then I'm done, is the buffer. Is there any enhancement to that northern buffer? I see there's a chain link fence. Is there, sometimes when we see buffer reductions, there's some additional fencing or enhanced landscaping. Is that part of this?
Well, there is currently a 6-foot privacy fence.
Okay, opaque fence.
Yes, sir. And
it's in good condition?
It's in fairly good condition. Yeah, you can see it in that slideshow.
Okay.
But there will be a lot of landscaping and trees, and along the back portion of the lot, we will be putting a lot of green features to try and minimize visibility, noise, anything for the neighbors, and to just make all of these green buffers that are part of the site plan now. On the newer plan, it shows it. There you are.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Are there any other comments?
So really, can you hear me?
Yes, Amanda Martin.
I've been on since Emmanuel started. I'm on my phone. I'm sorry. My computer still didn't work for some reason. It kept telling me to upload Zoom, re-upload the new Zoom, and I did, and whatever. So sorry about that, everybody. So the property most affected immediately then is the Ayla Trust property, right? Because you're going to have the full landscape buffer behind the Crawfords, and catty corner to the Kozelskis and the Smiths. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, and there's some terminologies that's getting confused, but it's a lot going on for this parcel because it fronts Folly Road. But I will use my cursor. So this line here is the 25-foot building setback. Building setback based on the base zone district of RO. The Folly Road overlay actually allows a 20-foot buffer, which is this line, and it can be reduced to 10 if the zoning administrator or myself, an agent of the zoning administrator, feels it's appropriate, as long as there's a wall and landscaping. If the Folly Road overlay did not exist, this portion of the parking right here would have to not be in the 25-foot landscape buffer. That's the same, because this is a residentially zoned property as well as the one to the north that we're dealing with tonight. So the Folly Road overlay, I don't want to kind of, I wasn't totally involved in that whole process, but it was a very intense process with both Charleston County, the town of James Island, and the city. It's also almost less restrictive than what the ordinance would call for if there was no overlay, because it's 20 foot can go down to 10. But if there were no overlay, it would be 25-foot landscape buffer, as is on this side, because the overlay only speaks to the rear property line. It doesn't speak to sidelines. So this is the area and the portion of the buffer or the portion of the building that requiring the variance. And they're providing, again, they meet the required building setback of 6 feet on the north side of the RO zone property, and they're providing 6 foot 6 inches. That's just because the existing structure was that far off, and they're just extending that facade. Does that help you, Amanda?
Yeah. So did Mr. Bennett meet with these adjacent neighbors?
I attempted to. I only was on a phone call with them, and they said that she was selling it and just didn't want to be involved. It was already under contract at the time.
Oh, I mean the neighbors behind, or the neighborhood.
The owners, Mark and Sarah Purcell, they had met with all of the neighbors on multiple occasions after all of the problems at the beginning, and they tried to rectify and get all of their input. And then we've all been trying to work with Lee and Eric and everyone else at the city to try and correct all the things that were done, the cart before the horse.
Thank you.
All right, any other comments or questions?
Can you put Eric's record? This is Paula Murphy. Can you? Oh, there they are. Thanks.
Is one of the problems that people have the fact that it's a 2-story addition up near those property lines?
I believe so.
Scott, do we want to mute Zach Bennett now? Unless the board
Also sounded like they had some drainage concerns.
Yeah.
And my question there is, did they just dump the rock on top of existing grade? Because if they did, I could see where that's adding to their issues. If they excavated like they should have, then maybe not so much.
So
but you don't know because they didn't pull a permit.
Right. I can speak to that just a tad bit. And if you want to ask Zach Bennett to come back online, we can do that. But when we did the infield investigation, Lee Batchelder, myself, and another zoning staff person, you could tell that they had to build the pad up. It was obvious that the yard fell. I don't know how fast it fell as far as grade toward the rear property line. So they had to bring in a little bit of fill to build the concrete pad to build that addition. That was obvious.
And they didn't take care of their own drainage.
They did at the time. They weren't,
Right.
anything with permits. So no.
But since they got to go, all those drainage concerns should be addressed by TRC, should it not?
Well, the question of TRC is a good one. I believe with consultation amongst ourselves, we felt that, I can't remember the exact square footage of the addition. TRC does have some verbiage in there that if drainage patterns are changed and traffic patterns, as well as an addition that's equal to 2,000 square feet of footprint, then it would require TRC. So we might have to revisit that.
So, in other words, if we grant the variance, if it falls under this number, then TRC doesn't have to look at it. So then these people's drainage problems will not go resolved. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, I would think that by introducing a 25-foot landscape buffer, obviously we will look very closely at the gravel surface for the parking. That, depending on the stone or the material, we want it to be pervious. We don't want it to pack and become like a concrete parking lot. But I can't speak specifically to whether the issues would be resolved or not.
I guess my question, I have a general question for the board, for everybody. Assuming we don't approve this request, I mean, what happens? Does the building just stay how it is in violation? Does everything just remain non-compliant and just continue as that, or is some other step taken?
Some other step has already been taken. We did an interim approval to allow the interior of the principal building to move forward with building permits, and the condition is that the entire addition would have to be demolished before that principal building receives a certificate of occupancy. They, as an applicant, have the right, or they obviously had the right to come forth with this variance request to meet the needs of the entire concept for the property. You're muted.
Okay.
Yeah, you're muted.
I see. Thank you. That was you answered my question. I appreciate that. Any other questions? I think I might have interrupted somebody.
So I think the question is, can we have the applicant specifically describe what he considers his hardship?
Yes. Could we unmute Zach Bennett again?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
So there was fill for the concrete pad. There is no fill for any other part of the property. And when that pad gets removed, the fill will get removed as well underneath it. The hardship, I guess, is just a financial burden for the owners that was self-inflicted. And as well, there are a lot of office spaces and places to rent on Folly Road. And in order to make this one unique and provide a cool and creative place that people could rent, we would just like to make it as nice as we can, as good looking as possible, and provide the most functional space for the most wide audience. We would like to have creative new ideas, small businesses, people that are local people who would rent that place and be proud to work there and live in this area. That's really all I could say.
Thank you.
Scott, Mr. Bennett.
All right. Unless anybody has any more questions or comments, I'm happy to entertain a motion.
I'm having trouble seeing the hardship. And I'm wondering if a deferral would be a good thing to do so that the applicant could try to get with the neighbors again and see if they can all come to a resolution.
I don't want to punish this guy because he doesn't understand what his own hardship is. I mean, the way I'm seeing the hardship is that they had a building that was, would you call it, Eric, non-conforming because it was
Legal
within
non-conforming.
6 feet, 6 inches of the property line, and they wanted to put an addition on it. That's fine. To me, that's what the hardship is. The existing building was 6 feet, 6 inches from the property line. Just want to make an addition to it and go forward. So to me, that's what their hardship is. You know, as much as, you know, they've had a pretty serious set of calamity of errors, but I'm less inclined to punish them for that. Most of the people who are you know, opposed to this are all in the back, and really, he doesn't need a variance for the back. He's got the 20-foot buffer, and he doesn't need that. So he only needs the buffer between him and the next RO property, which isn't RO yet. And that's the only other reason that he needs this variance, because once that goes RO, he won't need a variance. Is that correct, Eric?
That is correct. We would view that as compatible zoning, office against office.
So, you know, if we defer, which we could clearly do, then as soon as they switch theirs over to RO, he doesn't need us anymore. So maybe defer is the right way to go.
Well, you know, I think that's a good point. If the other building is RO, then they don't need to submit this application. So it may be best to just reject this application and make them follow the proper protocols with proper steps, you know, in the way they should have, right? Is that because if I'm gonna call it the insurance building. If the insurance building is zoned RO, then this application need not exist. So why don't it would appear fair to me to have the applicant either comply with the rules or wait, you know, or not get a variance. I don't think they can prove really the what's needed for the hardship test, and it would not be overly burdensome to them to have to wait and do it the right way. Those are my feelings. I'm happy to hear from anybody else. And you know, I would either be happy with the applicant deferring their application, or I would also be in support of a motion to reject this application. And that's all I've got to say. But I, of course, am not making a motion because I think I'm the chair and I can't make a motion. But those are the two things where my mind is going.
Eric, for a little clarification, how is the nationwide insurance business operating as a business with an zoning, just for my education?
So we most likely, again, I don't know the exact history of when we annexed that lot into the city. I'm sure that it was during the real push when there was the effort to form the town of James Island for, I think, the third or fourth time. But so when that occurs, if there's an existing business operating there, we bring it in as is, basically. Why the city assigned SR1 at the time, it may reflect back to the comp plan called for residential still, but we brought it in. It was a comparable zoning to what was when it was in the county, like an R1 or R4 or whatever. And, that's that story, I believe. I mean, if you all really wanted to know the details, I'd have to get with Mr. Christopher Morgan with planning, but I don't know if Lee wants to chime in, but that's it was an existing office and we annexed it in.
Yeah, I can recall going to that property and meeting with the owner of the property who had his insurance company at that probably a number of years ago, but it's probably been in the early 90s. And I went there to meet with him and, along with the annexation coordinator for the city at the time. And my recollection is that he didn't want to give his property a commercial zoning because he was afraid the taxes would go up. So that's my recollection, and I think that kind of explains why it's still residential versus office.
Just leaves us with an interesting dilemma because the property is zoned residential, but it's being utilized for commercial, so it's.
That is correct. The way our table of landscape buffers reads, it's the proposed use against the adjacent zoning, and in this case, it requires a 25-foot landscape buffer.
But they don't have control of the Adelet property. Is that accurate?
This applicant?
Yeah.
No, they do not know.
And just one more comment, just noticing the existing concrete driveway, which I'm sure this counts as non-conforming, is within that 25-foot buffer as well, it looks like. So it's consistently, they're not providing a 25-foot buffer on more than 3/4 of that property line because of existing conditions.
Right. So that curb cut was modified. I believe they did receive the necessary SCDOT permits. I believe they provided that to us once we learned that it was widened. But there is and the curb cut was on that side, obviously leading into the one-story brick garage. So the landscape buffer ordinance has a provision that necessary driveways can encroach into the buffers.
So what that is new driveway then, Eric?
I think it grew to the south. I believe the northern edge of the driveway remained the same, and it grew to the south. It widened to the south where they're showing the parking spaces in the front yard, which is permitted as long as it's not in the front 25-foot setback.
And that makes sense because it would have had to get around the north end of the house.
Yes.
It seems like our position is we can defer it and kind of wait till these other people get their act together and get their RO zoning, or we can grant the variance so these people can keep going and button this up to get to where they're eventually going to go anyway. Does that seem accurate?
Well, as Lee and I spoke, the Planning Commission is a public hearing. Obviously, they'll deliberate on the request, and then, of course, the rezoning has to be ratified by City Council with a first reading and then a second and third. So there's always an if.
Nationwide's been there, according to y'all, almost 30 years.
Right. I mean, it makes sense, but there's always an if.
Right. Understood. But you would think there would be some sort of legal thing for, hey, I've been here 30 years. I mean, like that. So I guess we should defer to Emmanuel on that as an attorney.
Don't do that. But I can point you to a really good land use attorney. All right. Any other questions, comments, or anybody comfortable with making some kind of motion, or does the applicant wish to, withdraw their request and maybe postpone it like we can do sometime?
Scott, I guess you would unmute Zach for that answer.
Thank you. This whole process has been probably over a year, and the property's been sitting without any work being done to it for just maybe 4 or 5 months. We had this meeting set for a few months before COVID, and people were sick. So, I mean, the only thing I can ask is that you guys would grant it so that we can get back to work and remediate all these problems instead of waiting 3-4 more months for the next door neighbor's property to change.
All right, thank you. Anybody else have any questions, comments, or comfortable with making a motion?
Yeah, let me ask Lee a question, since it's a technical zoning question. Lee, can we, in the motion, put that they have to go before TRC for a grading and drainage plan?
In the motion for approval, as a condition of the approval, I believe you probably could do something like that. They are, of course, expanding the building with the variance that you would be approving. And
they're not really expanding the building. They're tearing the whole damn thing down and building a new one, correct?
No, the X shows the portion of the building they would remove. The other crosshatched portion immediately behind the existing one-story garage would remain, and it would be altered. It would not be a 2-story structure. It would become a 1.5-story structure, but it would be an addition to that former 1-story garage that would essentially increase the size of that building by 50%. The footprint area. Yeah.
Okay.
So, Andrew, I think if besides what we could put on the applicant, if it doesn't meet the square footage threshold for TRC and it does not change traffic or drainage patterns, and that's an arguable point, then it does not go through TRC. I think that's right, Lee. And it would be zoning administrators' call whether those criteria were met, or planning and zoning's whether that criteria is met.
Well, I think what Andrew's asking is if the condition could be placed on the approval that would require TRC's review or approval of the drainage, regardless of size, and whether it met the threshold. Right.
That's exactly right. Because these people are complaining about their drainage. Sounds like legitimate beef, especially with all that's going on here without a permit, nobody checking, and all that. So I will make a motion that we grant approval with the what's your department called there, Eric? With your recommendations and the added stipulation that this go before TRC for grading and drainage review. staff recommendations and conditions.
All right, so if I'm not mistaken, Andrew's motion is to approve with staff recommendations with the added condition that regardless of the requirements, this property has to go through TRC review. Is that right, Andrew?
Yes, for grading and drainage.
For grading and drainage. All right, there's the motion. Do I hear a second? Calling for a second. I do not hear a second. Any discussion on that motion, I guess, is what I should ask. Any discussion on that motion? Actually, there's no second, so there is no discussion. Forgive me. I guess that motion does not fail, I guess. Is there another motion?
I make a motion that we defer the application and have the applicant speak and work with the adjacent neighbors and see if they can come to an agreement.
All right. Motion to defer made by Amanda Barton. Is there a second on that motion?
Nell Pastel, I second that.
All right, Nell Pastel seconds that motion. All right, so if I'm not mistaken, I'm gonna need to take a voice vote for all those who are in favor, right? So we'll start with Andrew Harrogate. Forgive me, Andrew.
That's all right.
Well,
None.
that's a nay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Jeff Webb.
A, yes.
All right. Amanda Barton.
A, yes.
Nell Pastel.
A, yes.
Paula Murphy.
Yay, in favor.
All right. And Emmanuel Ferguson, that's me. I will say yay in favor of the motion to defer. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in favor, 1 opposed. That motion to defer passes.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we need to bring Joel Adrian back as chairperson. Joel? Joel, can you hear me?
Hey there, you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, apparently I was muting myself. So this is Chairman Adrian, and I will pick up on agenda item A2, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, agenda item A2 is 86 Shepherd Street, TMS 46004 04080. The application number is 20060382. Requested variance from section 54.327 to allow the removal of 1 protected tree. Requested variance from section 54.330 to allow a reduced impervious construction setback near the base of 1 grand tree. Request a special exception from section 54.511 to allow a non-hard parking surface zoned GB. And with that, I'll give it back to Eric Schultz from city staff.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Here's the application. This parcel is located on the north side of Shepherd Street, as you can see, east of St. Philip Street, which is a stub road with, it ends with US 17. Zone GB. This is an aerial. It looks a little different today. The project entails the construction of a large office building that fronts on King Street, which received TRC approval in that vacant field, if you will. A lot of those trees on the northern property line, I'll go back to this. Look how jagged that northern property line is. That's all SC DOT right away. And the applicant worked with the DOT to remove a lot of those trees for various reasons. This is a view from St. Philip Street looking at the Grand Tree and the Laurel Oak. That's the larger green, tuft of green. Beyond that foundation, there was a proposal to build a structure there. The foundation was built, but the house or the structure was never built. So that's all just kind of volunteer weed trees inside the foundation. So here is the proposed office building that's under construction with the various buildings to the west and that foundation that I just spoke of. There was a Connex trailer in the SCDOT right away that's since been removed. So this is the area in question, and this points out to the 34-inch sycamore. It's basically right here. You can see it right at the corner of the property. And then a 19-inch laurel oak, which has a severe lean and was graded a D. The proposal is to build additional surface parking to the west of the new office building and use a soft material. A lot of that parking, again, is in the SCDOT right away, and they have necessary permits and approvals from that agency. The remaining yellow area is parking. And then you can see here, they want to put 2 parking spaces that would be pervious within the tree protection zone of the grand tree, obviously if you grant the removal of the protected tree. This is an interesting project and interesting block, if you will. It's an odd shaped block because, again, you have Highway 17, you have, I'm drawing a blank on that side, the bottom street. Shepherd, yes. Anyway, there is a lot of gears in motion to rezone this whole area into a planned unit development. I just recently saw an email come through today that it looks like the SCDOT is going to allow the abandonment of their right-of-way, the St. Philip Street here, and then add additional residential housing to this whole area. And again, you got that loop that comes up on the interstate. So you can see this is a detail that the engineer is proposing. It's common that we see this often, and we'll look at that very closely through the TRC process, but you can see that zone would be here. And of course, the tree is almost a boundary tree, and in which an arborist is going to be involved in working with. There's the severe lean on the laurel oak and the sycamore tree. We have an arborist letter basically talking about the tree preservation plan for the sycamore. With that, staff recommends approval with the condition to plant 5 caliber inches of native canopy trees on the project site. Must have certified arborist treat and prune the sycamore tree to be preserved, and must have a detail for the pervious parking that does not impact the root plate of the grand tree that is approved by the project arborist. At this time, I will ask Scott to unmute the design team. We have Mr. Michael Johnson, Taylor Norville, and Mitch Norville. Taylor and Mitch are both the owners, and it's their project. And Mike Johnson is the engineer with Forsberg Engineering.
Okay, excellent. Eric, this is Chairman Adrian. Would you like me to swear them in?
Please.
Okay. If y'all would, do y'all promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, and so then I guess go ahead and state your name and address and continue to present.
My name is Mike Johnson. I'm the project engineer. This is Forsberg Engineering. I live at 601 Meeting Street Road. Sorry, I'm getting feedback on my phone. The hardships for this project is, so the hardships for this project is there's only 4 protected trees on that little 0.27 acre project or parcel. We have to, we're required to save 5. I think that the plan that we put together working with Mike Russell is not going to be, will not adversely affect the sycamore tree, and the D-rated 19-inch oak just is not worth saving.
Hey, I'm sorry, but I'm getting some really bad feedback. Is there any way I can hardly hear you?
If it's okay with the board, I'm going to try and call in from a office phone.
That's fine. Mitch and Taylor, do you want to add anything? I'm not sure where you are and what device you're on.
Sure. The only thing, that Eric didn't mention when he started talking about the larger plan that's kind of in motion is that actually includes 4 workforce housing units. So we're not actually adding any homes to the existing. We're trying to actually keep them all in play. We may end up moving 2 homes to a separate parcel that would be used as workforce housing, or actually, as the PUD is drafted now, we would actually keep them on site, probably in their exact locations or maybe slightly shifted. So as far as that plan is considered, that's what we're doing. And I think what Mike Johnson is going to speak to is, in order to get the parking in that's required both for the office building and for the homes, these 2 trees just kind of are smack dab in the middle of what we're trying to do. And the hardship being they're very small lots, and the way that they were platted from the previous owner makes it a little interesting to deal with, because he kind of abandoned a few property lines and changed things up. So we're more than happy to plant more trees as much as we can, actually, and even in the DOT right-of-way, improve that as we kind of already have to a certain extent. We're going to continue that improvement once we get into final landscaping and things like that, but then also clean up around all of these homes, which we think will be of a great benefit to the entire block and the area as a whole. I mean, you can see all of these properties as you drive into town there on 26, and our goal is to really just make that a much nicer kind of visual experience as you come in. And hopefully Mike will be back in to speak to the technical aspects of the amounts of trees that we're saving and how all that goes. I know we've worked with Eric and an arborist really closely to make sure that we were in line with all the city's requirements.
All right, this is Chairman Adrian. Thank you. Do we have Mike back, or?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I'm still getting back there. Can y'all hear that?
No, you sound good to us.
Okay. Yeah, Taylor summed it up well. Our plan with Mike Russell includes fertilizing the soil, pruning, adding mulch, and follow-up assessments. I don't think that there's anything detrimental that'll happen to that sycamore tree with what we're showing. We're not going to be cutting into the root system. We've got that protective polygrid system on top of it. I don't see anything detrimental with what we're proposing. And as far as the gravel request to use a non-hard surface, we went through the TRC process with the building, the office building, and got it approved. Everything was good. When the owner or developer decided to buy the back parcels to put in parking, when we went to TRC, it was deemed that it is now a special protection area for flooding. So it really put us in a hard position for meeting the 50% reductions required by the SPAs, and that's the purpose, the hardship that we have for the gravel.
All right, this is Chairman Adrian, thank you. Is there anybody else present, Mr. Schultz, that wants to speak in favor of the application?
Mr. Chairman, we did not receive anybody wanting to speak or comment on this project. I just want to clarify that the non-hard surface is actually a fact-finding function. I think Mr. Johnson alluded to the fact that it is deemed a special protection area by our stormwater department. And that's a very rigorous approval process to ensure that this project does not affect neighboring properties up and downstream.
Okay, thank you. Then I'm assuming
I
there's
have
nobody.
a question for Mike, if that's okay.
Mike Russell?
No.
Oh, Mike Johnson. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, sorry.
And my question is it's regarding the encroachment of the parking on the tree. And do you meet or exceed the required parking for this?
Well, we do meet. We have 6 more spaces than what's required by the zoning code. However, you know, downtown, there's only 1 space required per 500 square feet of office space. So in reality, we do meet the code, but the building demand does need more. And that's kind of the process of why we're going through the PUD, trying to get some parking on St. Philip Street as well.
Okay, thank you.
All right, are we, this is Chairman Adrian again, are we at the point where we can close this to the public and open it just to the board for discussion?
I believe so. There's nobody registered to speak for. Yes.
Okay, excellent. Then we will go ahead and close this application to the public, and it will be open to the board if there are any further questions or discussion items, or if anybody has a motion.
There we go. I just wanted to see the staff recommendations.
It seems pretty straightforward to me. I don't see an issue with removing the 1D grade tree, protecting the other using impervious surface personally.
Paula Murphy. I'm sorry, Emmanuel, were you going to say something?
No, I wasn't.
You're just stretching?
Yeah.
Unless anybody else has any other comments, I agree. I think move for approval with staff recommendations.
I
will second that.
I think we should add to number 2 for 3 years because sycamores tend to not show right away. I think that tree should be monitored for the space of 3 years.
All right, Mr. Hargett, I like that. Ms. Murphy, are you okay with adding that to your
I would be
your
pleased.
motion?
I'd be pleased to add that to my motion.
Okay, and then Emmanuel, are you still wanting to second?
I still want to second. I like that recommendation as well.
Okay. Okay, then I'll go ahead and take a roll by person. I'll start with Mr. Webb. How do you vote?
Aye. Yes.
Okay, Ms. Postel.
Aye, in favor.
Ferguson.
Aye, in favor.
Ms. Barton.
Aye, in favor.
Ms. Murphy.
Aye, in favor.
And Mr. Hargett.
Aye, in favor.
And I am also in favor, so I'll say aye in favor. So the motion is approved unanimously. Thank you. And we'll get on to the next item. So our next agenda item is item B1, and that is 411 Meeting Street. The TMS number is 459-0903-114. The application number is 2006-03B1. Request a variance from section 54-327 to allow the removal of 6 grand trees. Request a variance from section 54-327 to allow the removal of 14 protected trees. And that is it. It's zoned MU2. So with that, I'll send it back to Eric Schultz with city staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Here's the application. Note the size of this project and also that it encompasses 50% of that interior block, which is pretty much in the center of our business district. It's bound by Meeting Street, Mary, Reed. It's zoned MU2. Please note the aerial image. This is the foundation of what used to be the courtyards at 411 Meeting Street. Obviously, those apartment buildings met the end of their life. I'm not sure when they were constructed, but it was deemed that they were, beyond their life. So BAR approved the demolition, and we're left with that. A portion of it, as you can see, is used for some rental parking spaces. Also note for this application, I don't know, again, I don't know when this apartment complex was constructed, but somebody planted live oaks along the space between the facade, eastern facade of the apartment building and Meeting Street. There was also a grade differential there, and this apartment sat up on a small retaining wall, if you will, of 2 or 3 feet, and then had a fence above it. But those trees apparently like that small available soil volume and grew over time. And then a couple other trees around the perimeter in the courtyard grew to substantial size. There's a shot of the Meeting Street facade. There's that retaining wall and the fence. The proposal is a significant project downtown. This has the ability to be a major hotel, a full service hotel, meaning that they can go above what some hotels are limited to in the number of keyed rooms, as long as they provide conference space. It was just at the Board of Zoning Appeals last night to extend their vested right. As a condition of that, they have to provide some housing in the project as well. So the proposal here is if you were a visitor to town and you booked a room in this hotel, you would find your way down Meeting Street, and then you would enter into this entry courtyard off of Meeting Street. There'd be 2 breaks in that existing wall, and you would meet your valet folks and enter into the lobby. And then the garage access would be off Mary Street. And again, you can see all the trees around the perimeter, and those to remain and those to be removed. I labeled the trees 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5. And the center tree was labeled as a grand tree, but it's actually a palm tree with a booted palm tree. So it probably measured up to be greater than 24 inches, but it's not a grand tree. There's the parking scenario. It's been the TRC just as a pre-app, so I don't know the extent whether some of this will be subterranean, but I suspect so due to activating the street level somewhat. That was done in the same manner that the Bennett Hotel was done. You can see the breaks and the attempt to maintain those trees. I'm excited about that, but I have some concerns, but I'll touch on that in a bit. There again, this is an exhibit provided by the applicant. Note the lean of these trees because the apartment building was 2-story, and obviously the trees grew and leaned away from the apartment building, and obviously that's the east, so trees are autotropic. They tend to grow toward light. I had to change Troy Miller's exhibit here. He had the street names mixed. The exhibit on the right is his Mary Street, and so that's actually Reed up there. But I changed these 2. But anyway, and then the same 2 trees. But there's the center tree. So I added a couple of there's an arborist letter. And then I added a couple photos just to give you an idea of the significant arching manner of the trees along Meeting Street, and then the arching manner of the interior grand tree. So with that said, staff recommends approval with the condition to plant 184 caliber inches of native canopy trees on the project site. That will probably be a little difficult due to the size of the structure and the subterranean parking. There is a nice courtyard, but I don't know how much planting soil volume they'll be able to provide. Must relocate the palms on site, and obviously they'll be referenced on an approved landscape plan. Must provide a thorough tree preservation plan and construction details for the proposed, I'm going to advance my big computer because sometimes I get construction details for the proposed planters for the trees, if you will, to be preserved along Meeting Street. Obviously, there's going to be some cut required to, come off of Meeting Street, and then we haven't seen the grading detail of how that entry courtyard will slope up to the front door, or what's all involved there. But I'm a little concerned about that. Must conduct an on-site meeting with the city design engineer and a certified arborist to review the staked out layout once we get this project further down the road with real dimensions and what have you, and review the tree preservation protocols for those trees to be preserved. And the applicant is adamant about the success of those trees, and I believe we can be successful if we have the right protocol and tree preservation plan intact, and then of course provide a landscape plan for staff review and approval. So I just want to go back to the plan. The best tree on the site is the tree that's at the corner of Reed and Meeting. Obviously that was a surface parking lot area. The apartments weren't tucked in that corner, and that has the most symmetrical crown. And I don't know if you can pick that up. Actually, I forgot to include that photo. I apologize for that, but there it is right here. Or no, I'm sorry. That's Meeting Street. Anyway, it has the most symmetrical crown, and they're giving it ample space there. It's the trees along the Meeting Street edge with that retaining wall that we have to be very careful and thoughtful about how we build that. So with that said, we need to unmute Troy Miller.
Okay, yes, sir, Mr. Schultz, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, this is Chairman Adrian. Mr. Miller, I'm going to swear you in for the record.
Okay.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Excellent. If you would state your name and your address, and then go ahead and present, please.
Sure. Troy Miller, 2130 Medway Road, Charleston. Thank you, Mr. Schultz, for that recap, and I appreciate you fixing my bad geography there on Reed Street, Mary Street. One thing just to mention immediately, this project is indeed, the parking is all subterranean in order to create that urban condition of getting the ground floor on grade with the surrounding streets. And one other item that is of importance and significance in this project is in this location to the west boundary of the property. This is the proposed location for the low line. There is actually no public easement or old railway easement in this location on the block between Mary and Reed. And we were requested by the city to provide some private space that would be used as the low line in this location. So our whole plan really started there and pushed forward to give that urban condition of being against Meeting Street and against Mary and Reed Street. So in terms of being able to recoup some of these caliper inches that will be required in terms of mitigation, I believe the low line will serve part of that purpose. And as far as the trees go, yes, all of the ones that we're talking about along the edge of the boundary were planted, I would say in the early 1990s, maybe late 1990s even, when this property was purchased by Bennett Hospitality. And they were very much in a compromised position, elevated about 18 inches to 2 feet off of the Meeting Street and surrounding sidewalks. They're compromised in both the direction towards the street as well as direction interior to the property where the building foundation still remains from where those pink apartments have been torn down. And our efforts in trying to save these trees in the center are really surrounding around the idea that we may be able to leave those at their existing elevations and provide an elevated box, so to speak, for them to continue to grow. I believe the arborist letter, as we've engaged and had some conversations with both city arborist as well as third-party arborist, kind of alludes to the idea of we would be able to basically create this condition and to protect these trees through what will be a very long construction process. We're estimating about 30 months of construction on this project. And so it would give us an opportunity to monitor these trees and how they would do in their final condition prior to making a decision about whether or not that needs to be brought back down to grade with the rest of the property and then replanted in a similar mitigation that is being proposed on the others. But I would like to see us try to protect those, particularly those 4 trees that are at the center courtyard or center kind of entry motor court there off of Meeting Street. And we are making efforts to create the entry drive and exit around those trees and what would be necessary to do that, as well as carving out the space underneath where we would have parking and leaving that open to provide more root zone as well. As you can see from the plan, the tree at the corner of Meeting and Reed Street was of the most significance in my mind in terms of its quality, as Mr. Schultz mentioned. And I think that we did what we could there to protect and provide a space for it. We have been through the BAR and have received our first, I believe it's considered conceptual height scale and mass, and are in the process of finalizing our materials to return back to the BAR for our second round. If there's any other questions that I can address, I will be happy to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. This is Chairman Adrian. Mr. Schultz, is there anybody else present that wanted to speak or in favor or against?
Mr. Chairman, we received no request to speak or make comment. I just want to clarify one thing. The application and the advertisement as stated is for 6 grand trees. Obviously, that's modified to 5 due to the center tree being a palm tree.
Very good. Since there's no one else that wants to speak at this time, we will close this application to the public and it will be open to the board for discussion and questions.
Well, if I recall correctly, I think that those trees were planted either as the TRC requirement or in lieu of putting them in the right of way. And what I can't recall is why they were elevated. So they've consulted, it looks like they've consulted with Mike Russell. They don't have a preservation plan as yet. And it looks like they will do a preservation plan and then sort of see how it goes. That's how I'm reading his letter. I'm concerned about, some of the better looking trees are the ones going out, with the exception of the one at the corner of Reed and Meeting Street. That one looks to me like it has the most chance for success. And, we have this situation all the time where something goes to BAR and, the building has to be right up at the street. So, yes, they all have to go if that's the case, with the exception of the ones, at the entry court and at the corner. So, once again, we're in that conundrum of which board has precedence with the issue. And it seems to be that the BAR does. And, we're just sort of in that position again of, the trees can't stay if the building has to be up at the street, with the exception of the motor court entry.
I might just add, if Troy could maybe clarify exactly what the board has looked at and approved height scale mass. Are these footprints getting close to being nailed down?
Yes, sir, they are. The footprint itself has been finalized. The entry component where we would enter and exit that motor court is the one thing that at Mike Russell and we've been talking a little bit about the preservation component of these trees and making sure that we locate those in the best place possible to try to protect those. And again, you know, I think to Mrs. Barton's point, you know, one of the big driving factors for us here isn't just the urban condition of getting up against the street, but also being pushed to the street by the need to provide this space for the low line at the rear of the property, which was something that had been really driven home by the city and also by BAR through the process. And so it was really driving us to move it. And also because of the elevated condition of the street or of these pads, I would say it would be very difficult, even if you were off the street, to create that proper grade down to the sidewalk.
All right, thank you, Mr. Miller. This is Chairman Adrian again. Are there any other questions from the board for the applicant? Okay. All right, Ms. Barton.
So Eric, if in fact the preservation doesn't work, what would the process be?
Well, I think as Troy alluded to, the duration of the construction project may be a benefit to the project related to the trees. If, you know, it's going to come down to the details with BAR and obviously through TRC, the whole grading and the subterranean parking.
Yeah.
I don't know if some of that can get backed off Meeting Street. I'm not sure. But my concern is cutting of, you know, we don't know how much root system went under the existing pad for the apartments. You would think that that's an unfavorable environment for tree roots. So if we cut and with that severe lean over Meeting Street, we have trees that just stop us. So I like the idea that we take our time with them, but I would think they'd have to come back to this board to seek removal if we find or they find that it's just not feasible.
All right, thank you, Mr. Schultz. Any other questions from the board, or is there a motion or any discussion?
I know we're on, I'm sorry if I missed this earlier, but were there any grades on these trees? Have I just missed it, or?
Yeah, I would grade them all, but the one in the corner, and I apologize that I didn't take a photo of that, but you can kind of see it here. All the way to the left of this image, you can see the trunk, and it has a actually the crown looks thicker as far as foliage, and it's symmetrical. All these with the lean and one-sided crowns would be C grades. For the trees in the courtyard entryway with cuts, you know, I can't pinpoint exactly where the driveways would be coming into this area as the entry court, but that would be the A on the site, if you will, and these would be lower grade just because of the lean and the asymmetrical crowns.
Mike Russell calls them in good condition in his letter. He does mention the lean and the, you know, question about the roots.
Right.
I don't understand why we're looking at a project that's this big and we don't have them graded.
I apologize for that.
Is it my understanding that any structure built there has to be fronting, you know, as close to the street as possible? Is that?
Scott, please unmute Troy. He'd have to speak to the BAR comments. Keep in mind that this is a very, I would call, prominent block within the central business district and close to the transit hub. And, you know, I think the bus rapid transit's coming down here and what have you in the future. So again, just a very urban block.
Yeah, I remember. I actually lived in those apartments when I went to college at Charleston, and I know we don't have time for this story, but
Were the
my
trees?
apartment was right on Meeting Street, and those trees, you know, were very good to have in that area, you know. So I'd like to try to keep them there as much as possible. But if the city's going to require that the building, you know, be placed in a fashion where those trees must be removed, then, you know, it is what it is. But, you know, I think, you know, seeing people on the Cooper River Bridge running down Meeting Street and passing those trees was just extremely Charleston and characteristic of that area. So I'd like to see if there's any need for us to have to choose to remove them.
Right. So again, the trees to be preserved are down in this area. This whole frontage will most likely be rebuilt and street trees introduced as through the Parks Department's requirements. And we're very fortunate that there's no overhead lines here to begin with, but the site plan starts to suggest that you'll have planting pits along Meeting Street, and that sidewalk, I don't know if it gets widened or remains the width that it is, but, and then you'll have these trees arching over that sidewalk still.
And it looks like the building's been articulated where those trees are to stay. Is that just at the ground level that we're seeing that?
Troy?
It is indeed. That building is set back throughout the vertical component of it where those trees are staying. There's nothing overhead in those areas. And to speak just, if I could, to the point of, we absolutely agree that this corridor deserves to have a very good tree canopy along the street and good street trees. And I think one of the things about the amount of mitigation that we'll be talking about here is that these street trees that we will be placing are likely to be rather mature to start to meet those caliper inches that are going to be required. We, more than anybody, are going to want to see this thing have some instant maturity. And we'll certainly work towards that in replacing these trees in a more suitable location where they can continue to thrive.
What's our sidewalk depth here on Meeting? Looks like it's what, maybe 10 feet?
Yes, ma'am, at least 10. Yes, ma'am, at least 10.
So it's bigger than many.
Yes.
I might just allude to that. I think the exceptional condition is that this was a developed site. I don't care how the trees were planted, but they were planted and they grew to a size. They do contribute to the canopy of Meeting Street and you know, all those beautiful values that those trees come. But I don't think you see this this scenario anywhere else in the city where it's a half a block large and a row of trees planted like that got to a size. I reflect back on the Bohemian Hotel. I reflect back on the Bohemian Hotel where we had 2 trees out in front of a small building that was set back in front of a little carport, and we tore down the old bookstore and built that hotel. Talk about tight. I was down there 3 or 4 times when we were driving piles to root prune, and those live oaks are thriving. They were at grade. This is a little different, but so I just wanted to add that.
Excellent, thank you. Are there any other questions?
Can we go back to your recommendations, Eric? So the 184 caliper inches is that's 1-to-1?
That is live oaks, yes, require inch for inch, and then I had to add in the 5 inches per protected tree.
I guess one thing that I would say is, you know, it's sort of an easy get off if you plant the 184 caliper inches as your street trees.
If park requires street trees, would I be able to consider counting those inches above the 2.5 inch minimum for which the parks typically requires. They have the theory and belief that, you know, younger trees, smaller trees establish themselves quicker in the urban environment. And so if they were to go to 3 inch or 4 inch, I would then work with them to allow that additional inch toward the mitigation, but they can't double dip.
So, okay, so otherwise this would go into the street tree fund or the like?
Well, as Troy alluded to, the courtyard is quite large. That's going to open out onto the low line. Again, it's all about the depth of available soil volume with the parking below and what have you, but there's opportunity. But yes, I would think if staff feels that they did their best to provide as many inches on site, we could make the remaining inches in a contribution to the city street tree program.
Or they could go to the, okay. Because they own the property that's adjacent to the low line.
Yeah,
that's
so
completely privately owned.
again, this area here, this is the property line, and they were asked to pull the building back to make this. They're kind of showing the project next door as well. This alley, or I don't want to call it the alley, the pedestrian way, open up, and then they'll have their little indentations to be inviting to the project. But
I'd like to make some comments. I hate to say it, but you know, the average span of an urban tree is like 12 years. And these guys are all doing fine. And I don't really care what the BAR says, and I don't really care, you know, about the low line or anything else. I mean, I hate to sound like it, but as a site design people, we're here, like the Lorax, to speak for the trees. Those trees are there, they're doing fine. So I'm not really in favor of that. I mean, you want to lose the 2 inside the courtyard. Yeah, I get that. That's unfortunate and it's sad. I mean, technically they're grand trees and we could say, hey, plant around them, but you know, I'd be willing for those. But yeah, I get it. Those are leaning, but that doesn't make them less valuable than straight trees. I mean, live oaks don't go straight anyway. So yeah, that's my thought on it.
Well, that was kind of my point, is we're put in this position where there's the assumption that the BAR trumps the trees, so to speak.
Well, I can go put my Lorax t-shirt on.
Well, no, I'm not saying it's a good thing. I find, you know, I don't see why the ordinance hasn't changed. So why do we keep seeing things that are presumptive done deals? So.
And as Eric mentioned, I mean, yeah, this is unusual. And again, urban trees struggle. And these aren't. It's like we have successful urban trees, so let's cut them down. I mean, if they were, you know, the ones on East Bay Street, they're every other one's dying, I'd be more inclined to be like, yeah, but these seem special to me. But, you know, those are my comments.
This is Chairman Adrian. So Andrew, are you saying you think we ought to keep tree 3 and 4 on Meeting Street?
I think we should keep them all on Meeting Street. Probably the one on Mary Street.
Because right now they've got 2 of those, only 2 on Meeting Street call out to be removed. I guess those trees 3 and 4, and then tree 5 on Mary Street is.
I'd like to keep 3, 4, and 5 myself. I don't like Andrew. You know, I wish we could keep 1 and 2, but I can understand that that's removal. Somebody's kind of giving me some feedback. I don't know who that is. But I echo Andrew's sentiment that I think 3, 4, and 5 might be able to remain, and you know, I'd be open to removing 1 and 2, to agreeing to have 1 and 2 removed. And that's all I had to say.
Well, you know, it could always, the motion can always be, somebody can make a motion and change the trees to be saved, and you can always do motions individually on the trees. But I would say a potential motion then, with what y'all are talking about, would be to approve the removal of tree number 1 and tree number 2, but to preserve 3, 4, and 5. That's what you'd be saying, right?
And then removing the protected trees.
So I just want to be clear. I'll use my pointer. So 1 and 2, yes, are interior. These are proposed to be preserved. 3 and 4 and 5 are proposed to be removed. Are you talking about preserving this whole row, including the non-grand trees and number 5? I just make it clear, because I don't want it to be like they said you could have to save 3, 4, and 5, but the others could go. Make it clear.
I see what you're saying. I was thinking that all the trees remain but 1 and 2.
Okay, again, I want to be clear that these are non-grand trees, so distinguish between grand and protected. So, are you saying everything on Mary Street has to be preserved as well, even though they're not grand, they're protected, they're live oaks?
No, I think this Chairman Adrian, I think we need to go to the application. The first item is the request for the variance for the removal of the 5 grand trees. And we're saying of the 5 grand trees, you can remove trees 1 and 2. And then on the request to remove the 14 protected trees, we would grant the protected trees to be removed. I believe that's what they're saying.
Mr. Chairman, may I make a comment?
Not unless you're asked at this point, because it's technically closed to public. So,
thank you.
And Amanda and Emmanuel, is that
those trees that are on Meeting Street, are they protected? Are those protected trees that we're talking about here?
So the purple are grand, the non-purple are protected. So this one is a protected tree. It's around 19 inches or so. So I want to go back to the image. That there's the aerial view of all those trees, protected and non-protected, or grand and non-protected trees and grand trees. And then there's the row. So, there's a couple in there that are non-grand, but they are part of the row that I think Andrew's alluding to. I'm just trying to make it clear as to what you're all, the road you're headed down.
I think that aerial shot looks great. I think because it shows this continuous green band of your actual photograph, Eric. The actual green band comes, straight down Mary and turns down Meeting Street. I think that's a wonderful buffer. I don't understand why we have to tear it down.
Yeah, I was just trying to clarify where they were going, if there was going to be a motion. I wasn't making one I was just trying to clarify where it was going.
Right.
But I think to try to move this, we need to kind of get a feel for which way Andrew, which way are you leaning, and Emmanuel, which way are you leaning? Are you saying that on Mary Street and Meeting Street, you want to keep every one of those trees, but then the protected trees that are inside the lot, and those 2 grands that are inside the lot could be removed?
That's what I'd like to see happen.
Okay. And Andrew, is that what you said also?
I concur.
Okay.
All right.
I have to jump in. There are a couple along the low line on the west side. Nobody's mentioned those. So just, I need.
Right. There's 4 protected trees on the low line, I guess, back there.
Move your cursor, Eric, to where those 4 trees you're talking about, right up top there.
Yes.
Yeah, those. Okay. I'm fine with those being removed because those aren't on the street there.
Are they all oaks?
This is a live oak in the southwest corner, hackberry, and a couple palms.
Oh, but to me, that's
Are they
one on the southwest
labeled
corner.
anywhere on our plan by species?
I believe no, just the live oaks.
Well, on a project this size, we should have the species of the trees indicated. And I think also, I think we could have had a better more thorough evaluation by the arborist and some indication of what the preservation plan would be. And I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm just stating that. You know, I don't know when this originally was submitted, and maybe they were trying to, you know, get it on agenda 3 months ago. And but I do think it should have had more information. I'm just going to make that as a statement. So.
All right, this is Chairman Adrian. Eric, when you, on your recommendations, the palm trees were to be relocated on site. Is that correct?
That's correct. They typically, palms may not make the transplant, but that second part of that condition is that they're referenced on an approved plan, the landscape plan. So if they don't have a holding area for the palm trees during construction, they go to the landfill or whatever, but then they plant a new palm. It's that easy with palms.
Okay. All right, well, so I think since we don't have tree numbers on all the protected trees, that if either Andrew or Emmanuel wanted to make a motion, it probably needs to be something like the trees on Meeting Street, Mary Street, including the protected tree at the very
Well, how about this?
corner of Mary. Go ahead.
How about this? You know, I'm inclined to move, and let me know the board's position on this. I'm inclined to move to defer this one until we get some more information about these trees, and we get a little more detailed plan about which ones to be removed, which ones to remain, and what are the grades of each of them. What do y'all think about that? Do y'all think that's delaying the inevitable or is counterproductive, or you think that'll allow us more information and allow the applicant to maybe reevaluate their plan? What do y'all think about that one?
I think for the scale of the project, we should have had the information already.
Andrew?
I don't think it's going to change my mind. I mean, I think that that's the shot I like, Eric, that aerial of the actual photograph. Yeah. I think the trees along Meeting and the trees along Mary should stay. That's a great envelope. Those trees are in fine condition. Again, it's hard for urban trees to survive, but these have more than survived. They're actually almost thriving. And I'd be
Andrew,
I'd be inclined to make a motion that says we preserve the trees, including the protected trees along Mary Street and Meeting Street, and allow for the removal of trees 1 and 2 inside the courtyard.
Andrew, if you make some kind of motion to that effect, I think you and I are on the same page. I would support any motion you'd make.
So yeah, that's the motion I would make.
And I think phrase it or state it, but I think when it comes to protected trees, we got to recognize those that are along that, I guess what they call the low-lying area at the back of the lot.
I discarded those because they're not along Mary or Meeting.
Okay. The corner on Mary, that last little protected tree, that was the oak. Are you considering that on Mary Street?
I am.
So there's only 3.
Part of the canopy that goes along Mary Street. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So was I.
All right. So then, if I can look here and say we've got in the parking lot, there's a protected tree up towards Reed and Meeting. Parking lot, there's the grand tree to be removed. 1, 2, 3 of those. And then there's 3 protected trees along the back on the low-lying area. So it looks like it's a total of 7 trees.
That's correct.
Okay. So then I would say let's make the motion and let's see how things go.
I make a motion that we allow for the removal of the 7 trees, put the 3 along the low line, trees Are they numbered inside?
They're not numbered. I think you're just gonna have to reference the 4 within the parking
The 4
area, I
within the
guess.
parking line, and all the trees along Meeting Street and Mary Street shall be preserved. Protected and
second
grass.
And then you probably need to reference some of other staff's comments. Sorry, I just keep making it more difficult.
I mean, I don't. Well, if they protect all those trees, then the 184 inches is gone. So we don't have that.
Right.
You know, relocating the palms on site, that's up to y'all.
Okay.
Obviously, number 3 would need to be done no matter what. And number 4 would need to be done, and number 5 would need to be done. So I think added to that motion would be items 3, 4, and 5. Actually, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
And number 1 needs to be recalculated.
That's correct.
So the motion would read granting approval to remove 7 trees, 3 on the low-lying area within the interior of the lot, preserving all trees along Meeting Street and Mary Street, and then adjusting the mitigation caliper inches, maintaining items 2 through 5 of city staff's comments.
Thank you. That is my motion.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, so that motion is by Mr. Hargett, seconded by Emmanuel Ferguson. And is there? I guess I'll go to.
Well, before we vote, just for discussion, I don't know if anybody else has comments. I mean, but I'm not going to be in favor just because I think that they've come in with a request that I think is reasonable, and pushing the building back from Meeting Street. When you look up and down Meeting Street at what neighboring or the neighboring north and south parcels are, I don't think that's realistic that they're going to push back. But that's just my opinion.
Okay. All right. Well, let's go to the vote, and I'll might as well go ahead and start with you, Mr. Webb.
Nay, not in favor.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Murphy. You have to unmute.
Yay, in favor.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Murphy. Ms. Barton. Amanda, how do you vote?
Nay, not in favor. With reservation.
Okay. Ms. Postel?
Nay, not in favor.
Nay, not in favor. Okay. Mr. Ferguson?
Yay, in favor.
Mr. Hargett?
Aye, in favor.
Okay. And Chairman Adrian is going to say yay in favor. So I would put the vote at 4-3. So the motion that was presented would be approved.
All right.
All right, so all right, give me one more second. Okay, so our next item on the agenda is item B2, and it is 627 Barbados Drive. That TMS is 2710401-024. Application number 200603B2. Request a special exception from section 54.327 to allow the removal of 3 grand trees, zone PUD. Eric, sorry. I'll hand it over to Eric Schultz, city staff.
Okay, something just came through on my phone that has, I'm concentrating on this, and anyway, all right, discombobulated here. All right, 627 Barbados Drive. Application. This lot is in Beresford Hall. It's located on the south side of Barbados Drive, adjacent to the marsh. It's zone PUD. Vacant lot between 2 existing homes, dock already built. This is the overall cover sheet. You can see the population of trees. The larger circles obviously represent grand trees. And then the right is the proposed house with driveway and entry court. Here are the grand trees. The 3 larger X's I will have identified in a later slide, but they're basically on, as you approach the house, on the right, and then one at the marsh edge. And then you can see the other crosshatched trees, the grand trees, to be preserved. The trees on the upper side, closer to Barbados, obviously that's the ridge. This is not a bluff, but it really falls from the street to the marsh. And the live oaks are on the higher side. And then we have 3 water oaks proposed to be removed, 1 in too close proximity to the garage, 1 in the structure, and the other in the structure as well. The applicant had Chris Gerards. He's a board certified arborist and certified municipal arborist. 29-inch water oak in the right front, significant cavity, lean. 26-inch water oak, right, has significant cavities in the trunk, and 25-inch leader water oak in the middle has included bark and signs of decay. So typical water oak, so you can see the photos. Again, the nicer trees on the upper side of the project. Cavity pointed out there, lean cavity in the crown. These probably sustained some damage during you know, previous storms. Leans arching toward light. Numerous cavity damage. So staff recommends approval with the condition to plant 40 caliber inches of canopy trees. Must use 4-foot chain link fences, tree protection barricades, and the builder is to have the city inspect the tree barricades before construction. Must have a certified arborist treat and prune all grand trees on the project site to be preserved, and must submit a landscape plan for staff review and approval. So with that said, our applicant, if we will unmute them, is Laura Altman and Evan Brandon.
Excellent.
I'm here.
Okay, Laura and Evan are here. I'm going to go ahead and swear y'all in. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
I do.
Excellent. Who would like to speak first?
I will start. I'm Laura Altman, LFA Architecture, 32 Southampton Drive, Charleston. This site has 10 grand trees as existing. It's a long, narrow site, and as Eric mentioned, the site does slope off pretty significantly, falling around 16 feet from about 24 down to 6 at the property line, and then on out to the marsh. We worked through this plan
quite a bit, trying to make sure we shoehorn the house into the plan to save as many trees as possible. An earlier design shifted the house a little more towards the north, towards the street, in an effort to save 2 of those water oaks. But as we got further into the project and looked at them with an arborist and felt it did not make sense to have those 2 trees dictate the overall house plan and site plan when they were already damaged and not in good shape, and that they weren't live oaks. The tree at the northernmost tree we're asking to remove, the 29-inch water oak at the garage, was also previously approved for removal by this board in April of 2019. So again, as I said, the hardship here is that there are 10 grand trees we were trying to work around. We feel that we've done a good job of saving and really working around those trees that are most, or in the best shape and just most valuable as being the live oaks. Evan, do you have anything you would like to add?
You know, really, you summed it up very well. We basically.
No, Evan, you got to state your address. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. So Evan Brandon, Outdoor Spatial Design, 1060 East Montague, 29405.
Thank you.
So, as Laura was saying, we basically shifted the house closer to the marsh so that we could save the best trees. We knew that we would not be able to save all of them. So the, what is that, six, 7 trees up towards the front of the lot, which are the nicest and the healthiest, we wanted to save. And then the ones that the arborist identified as recommending to be removed, we moved the house into that location, so those would be removed either way.
All right, y'all, thank you. Mr. Schultz, is there anybody else present that would like to speak in favor or against the application?
Mr. Chairman, there was nobody that registered to speak and or provide comment.
Okay, thank you. We will close this application to the public and open it to the board for discussion or questions.
Seeing as there are no body opposed to it and this looks like a reasonable plan, I'm prepared to make a motion unless anybody has any questions.
I have a question.
Okay, Ms. Barton.
And it's for Evan. The 14-inch oak, and you'll have to excuse me because I'm on my phone. The 14-inch oak that's to the right of the pool, have you looked at whether that could remain or if the pool could scoot over at all? I know you're looking to have this line with the porch of the house. I can see that, but I'm just asking the question.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now, and I'm on my computer too. I think the issue might have been a grading and drainage concern. Let me see.
Do you have any idea off the top of your head what the quality of it was?
I don't remember that particular tree.
Okay.
So I'd say that unfortunately that tree is really not up for our discussion.
I know, I'm just saying if, you know, if we could ask for them to make, you know, some effort to retain it, but it would, you know, depend on what the quality was. Yeah, if they could just try to keep it in lieu of the others being removed. But otherwise, I think everything's reasonable and they work the driveway nicely around the oaks and whatnot, so.
Okay, Andrew, did you have a question?
No, I was just going to say that those are water oaks, so you know they've reached their most likely the end of their potential, so they're on the way out anyway.
Okay, excellent. If there's no other questions, Emmanuel, the show is yours.
I appreciate that. I think this plan looks good. I move to approve the staff recommendation.
Andrew seconds.
Nell Pastel, I second it.
Oh, all right. Miss Postel, Andrew jumped in there before you. He didn't raise his hand.
No problem.
We're gonna reward that bad behavior, but let's go ahead and call for a vote. The motion was by Emmanuel for approval with staff conditions, seconded by Andrew Hargett. We'll start with Mr. Webb.
A in favor.
All right, Miss Barton.
I in favor.
All right, Miss Murphy.
I in favor.
Miss Postel.
I in favor.
Mr. Ferguson.
I in favor.
And Mr. Hargett.
I in favor.
And Mr. Adrian is also aye in favor. So this motion is approved 7-0. Thank you for your patience and application.
Can we take a really quick break? Like a 2-minute break?
Please.
2-minute break.
10 minutes? 5?
No, I said 2 minutes.
I think that's fine. We can take a quick little break and then resume in just a couple minutes.
Yeah. Thank you.
I'd be excited to know that with that break, I met my stand goal for the day. Ta-da. All right, so
I'm back.
hello.
Hello.
All right. So is everybody back? No, Emmanuel.
Yeah.
All right, so we are on B3. Okay.
That is correct.
Hey,
All right.
Emmanuel's back. So, all right. So Everybody is here. So this is Chairman Adrian. We're going to start things up again. Thank you for your patience with us. Our next item agenda is B3, our next application, B3, which is Maybank Highway. The TMS numbers 345-00, 217, and 218. The application number is 2006-03B3. Request a variance from section 54-327 to allow the removal of 41 grand trees. Request a special exception from section 54-327 to allow the removal of 1 grand tree, zoned PUD. Eric Schultz, city staff, it's back to you.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before we get started, the first request has been modified to 40 grand trees versus 41. 1 tree was found not to be grand.
Thank you.
There's the application, list of trees. So this parcel, I included the easternmost parcel just because we're teetering near the edge of that property line. There's not a whole lot that happens on that, but I just wanted to be inclusive. You can see 2 parcels zoned PUD. The most western or southwestern parcel is not included in this application. This project has a very long history. I will go back at least a couple decades where the Kerr family, whether the parcels are individually owned or members of the family, engaged a consultant firm to conduct a charrette for this land and at their own cost, in which the city participated. Then time went by and the existing zoning was what it was, some commercial and diverse residential. And most recently here, within a year or two, they worked with the city to rezone and get a HUD ratified by city council. 2 decades ago, I was introduced to the site, and it's wooded. It has a transmission, or not a transmission, a distribution electric line crossing it. That's that line in that canopy that you see. It's got existing ditches that convey water from the River Road high point of the site toward the marshes of the Stono River. There's the proposed concept plan. But this is what makes this a pretty exceptional lot. Many decades, or at least 2 or 3 decades ago, when there was the proposal to widen or demolish the swing bridge of the Stono River and do a new bridge, the state DOT acquired additional right-of-way. It was envisioned at the time that that would be 4-lane all the way into River Road, so you can see how the property line jogged. And now that heavy dark line up top is an existing ditch that was recently constructed with the additional 1-lane inbound to Johns Island. But you can see the other ditches. You can see that dashed line traversing across. That's where the power company has their, and then of course the southern boundary. This is the end where the section toward the Stono River, where it meets the large transmission line easement. Again, existing topography. But what's interesting in this area is it doesn't show up on the survey, but we'll talk about it in the plan, are indigo vats, hence the name of the project, Indigo Grove. And that, like I said, a couple decades ago when they did that charrette, that's when I first traversed this site and was introduced to the indigo vats. Very fascinating historic element to the project. So the applicant decided to move forward with the PUD, the rezoning, which did not include the concept plan. And then they came back to TRC and Planning Commission with a concept plan. And that's what we're leading up to. And trees had to be addressed. Another unique feature about the site is you can see there's a central freshwater wetland system that kind of traverses that ditch that traverses through. And then another very important aspect, you see these 2 stub outs here. The owners have worked with the city And I don't know the exact details. The applicants can give you more detail on that, but they have set aside lands for what will become the southern portion of the Pitchfork Road. Again, they had the family do a charrette on how they could potentially use their lands in the future. And then the city came in with the Johns Island Community Plan. Out of that came the idea of this pitchfork, which would relieve traffic at the intersection of Maybank and River. The northern pitchfork on the north side of Maybank is in design, but they reserved the land here. So you've got a piece of land that's just so wide with the SCDOT right away to the north, and then what will become a public right of way for the southern portion of the pitchfork. Obviously peppered with grand trees. Had a consulting arborist go out there. Very few A grade, but a lot of B's, C's, D's, and then the reds are F's. A couple of these in this area are very large Japanese privet. That's how large they were around the indigo vats, but privet is invasive, so they're F's. So the concept to develop, lay in roads, use the existing ditches possibly to convey stormwater, offer two products, detached homes and attached homes. And this is probably, I'm going to guess the applicants can verify, probably the sixth evolution of this plan. A lot of it had alley-fed attached units. It just got to be so much impervious surface that they revisited the entire site. And of course, with myself being on site in the heat of last summer, I followed up with a meeting to take our stormwater program manager, Kinsey Holton, out on site to figure out how we can really try to apply LID, light on the land, stormwater applications and use the existing ditches to convey water and so on and so forth. It just seemed like it was getting to a point where it was over-engineered. So you see a lot of biodetention, some ponds, some dry, some wet, and this is the result. So there's the list of trees, removals and impacts. Note here you have 2 grade B trees proposed, 22 C grade, 16 or so D grade, and then the Fs, and some have fallen with the recent storms. Of course, you know, we're not at the point of preliminary plat or road construction document, but we're concerned about the almighty fill. So we tried to ask for some preliminary grading plans and so on and so forth, and then their path network is shown here. This is not set in stone, but a developing stormwater management plan, utilizing level spreaders, overland flow to these, you know, trying to save big groups of trees. Again, they revised all this from alley fed and to single road with single family detached units versus attached and so on and so forth. So this is your grading plan. There is going to be fill introduced, and that's, in my opinion, the evil of this project, but I think we're getting to a point where it's going to work. Open space, here's the indigo vat shown here with overland flow from level spreaders and some areas. Development or starts of street tree planting plan and open space planting reforestation plan. Open space. So very complicated. Again, I feel the applicants, based on the topography they're dealing with, the wetlands they're dealing with, the existing ditches that we hope that will be utilized as an asset to the project, open space, revisiting alley, removing impervious surface to single or two lane roads, looping around trees. This is a myriad of all the trees. I mean, they're just too numerous to point out specifically, but if you need the applicants to do so, if you pick one out. But these are the city's quick sketches, naming these are Eric Schultz sketches. Based on the information provided, I just feel that there's further study needed, and they did follow up to this, some of these suggestions. You know, here they're draining this portion of the street, but the pipe was going not upstream, but it seemed like it was more logical to maybe come out this way into an open space and then the wetland instead of trying to get it to this ditch. This is a tight area. I'll reference this if you need to, but there may have to be some terraced walls in order for this to be totally left at grade to drain out the back. Just more study on grades. You can see some of my, this, you know, a partial wall, but open up the wings on it to really allow all this to just drain to a pond, and then some other considerations here. So this is their reaction to those comments. I haven't really had time to study them. There will be that time once they get further down the road with TRC, but it looks like they're starting to think the way I'm thinking. Again, trying to stay off trees, terraced walls, partial walls. So with that said, you know, it's a project where I think they feel they're at a comfort level with the number of lots. I've gotten to a comfort level with the quality of the grand trees and numbers to be removed by setting aside ample room around the higher quality trees. With all that said and done, when you tally up based on my conditions are to plant 997.75 caliber inches of native canopy trees on the project site. And I think the city needs to push true reforestation plans. So the further point I'm making is that those 997 inches would be in the form of 399 2.5-inch trees. We've learned that younger trees establish faster, and to submit a reforestation plan, those trees can be in open space and throughout the woods and wherever. Must plant a 4-foot chain link fence as tree protection barricades. Must submit a tree protection barricade plan that protects as many non-grand trees as possible in conjunction with the grand trees, meaning they're moving in that direction. They're buying into the fact that trees offset stormwater and transpire water and suck up water, so large tree preserve areas where there's no grading necessary. Grand trees are to be signed a TBZ, that's a tree protection zone, that is 1.25 times the required impervious setback distance based on the diameter of the tree, in which the natural grade is to be maintained. Obviously, there will be an exception to work with staff for conflicts with a street, sidewalk, or open space path. But the idea there is to get a little further away from the base of the tree with the tree protection barricade. And this really relates to the trees in close proximity to lots or on lots where grading or fill is necessary. Must have a certified arborist treat and prune all grand trees to be preserved, and that all open space paths are to be cleared and installed by hand in areas where the alignment of the path is meandering between non-grand and grand trees. So with that said, there's quite a large team prepared to present their project. I'll go back, I believe, to the removal plan. So we need to identify Patterson Farmer, Russ Seaman, Davis McNair, Roger Hunt, Mark Lipsmeyer, and Mike Russell.
Okay, we're here.
Very
Okay,
good. We
Folly?
can hear you. We can hear
All
you.
right. This is Chairman Adrian. If all the people are present, I'm going to swear everybody in. Do you all swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
We do.
We do.
Excellent. If everybody wants to speak, I guess y'all can just come up with the order to present. And just please state your name and your address, and then have at it.
All right, I'll start. This is Russ Seaman with Seaman Whiteside, 501 Wando Park Boulevard, Mount Pleasant. I guess first question, Mr. Kerr was trying to call in to speak for this project, and I think he was having technical difficulties, or it didn't make it. We were wondering if it would be possible to have him added to the project team and speak with the project team for this, since he wasn't able to get online.
I have no objection. I think that's fine. Yes, owner of the property.
All right. So I guess I'll kick this off. Thank you all very much for the opportunity to speak. Eric, as Eric mentioned, it's been a long and very involved and collaborative process with the city to get to where we are today. We've enjoyed working with Eric and Kenzie through this process, and we really have put our best foot forward, you know, to preserve these trees and create an environmental plan. You know, Eric did mention the Pitchfork Road, the Southern Pitchfork Road, which was a part of the PUD approval for this project. And I did want to mention that it's not just that the land was reserved for it, but the land was actually donated to the city as part of that approvals process. So that was a pretty big give that this project made through the entitlement process. I want to point out also that, you know, based on the PUD approval, we were approved for 200 units here. We are now down to 114 units, you know, and studying these trees, implementing these LIDs, and working with staff, giving up a pretty good bit of the entitled density, but we've arrived at a really nice plan. We did take this to concept plan and received unanimous approval at Planning Commission, and got some good remarks from the Planning Commission members about the quality of the plan and the intent of the layout. We've walked the site with staff multiple times to confirm this tree save approach. We've also reworked this plan numerous times per our engagement with staff to better incorporate LID practices. And as Eric mentioned, we are utilizing an LID stormwater approach wherever practical, using open channels, filter strips, level spreaders, vegetated basins. Eric, I believe there was an LID exhibit that was sent with this. I don't know if you could flip to that while I'm talking. We've also submitted our first round of TRC in May, just to give you a little background. This plan is far exceeding the open space requirements required by the PUD. We're 2 times the requirement of total open space and close to 3 times the required active open space. There's also the open space plan that Eric had up that shows the big amounts of open space on here. We have included all anticipated encroachments shown on these plans. Many of these encroachments that are shown are actually pathway encroachments. There was a detail provided with this submittal where we intend to do a plantation mixed path, and anywhere it's underneath a tree protection zone, it would be actually set slightly above the grade to disrupt the root systems as little as possible. We are naturally draining any of the tree save areas that do require retaining walls. We're not putting any of these in wells. So we've worked really hard from a grading standpoint to make that happen. This plan has huge tree save areas. Eric, I think we had a color tree save exhibit that was also submitted with this. I think it's towards the back of the set, maybe after this one.
or keep going. It's in with these, I believe. 0.4 was the sheet number. Maybe it's not in the PowerPoint, but I think we did submit it, so you should have it in your packets. We're anticipating to preserve more than 600 non-grand trees in these big tree save areas, which, you know, we tend to get focused on the grand trees, but, you know, those grand trees all have a life, and then the smaller trees behind them will be the next grand trees, and I think that preserving that amount of trees on a site is impressive. This plan, we talked about Eric mentioned the trees that will be removed, but I think we do need to talk about the fact that, you know, in 33 acres, we're working around approximately 158 quality grand trees. The whole concept of what you're seeing laid out here was driven by two things. One, connecting to the Pitchfork Road, and two, working around these trees, especially the quality ones, clustering them into tree save areas and figuring out how to work the plan around those tree save areas. 95% of the requested grand tree removals are grade C and below. So we really did work around the quality grand trees out here. From a hardship standpoint, I believe Eric mentioned some of these. You know, we've got the quantity and dispersal of these grand trees. We've got wetlands. We've got archaeological features that we're incorporating into parks. And then we have a pretty good bit of topo from the top of the site as you move south. There's a good bit of fall across the site, which is some of the grading challenges that Eric alluded to, which we've worked really hard to mitigate. We're super excited about this project. We think it's going to be a beautiful neighborhood tucked into the trees. And we ask that you please approve this plan. The one question I did have based on Eric's comments, you know, we've worked real hard to arrive at this plan that we're at now. Like I mentioned before, we've given up lots of lots to get where we are. And my concern is that we've been working with the tree protection zone that is in the city of Charleston's ordinance, which is 1 times the tree diameter, not 1.25. And you know, we've gone all the ways in terms of creating TRC level construction drawings and the exhibits you see here. And I worry that, you know, going and doing this at this time is going to create a complete redesign of this plan and eliminate a lot more lots. And I feel like we've given and given and given to get where we are. And I would just like a little clarity on the thoughts there, Eric. I mean, is this something that, you know, can you just explain how that's going to work with given the plan that we have before you now?
Yes, and I'm not sure exactly. But let me back up to, so if we were to pick on a couple of trees, this one, you know, in my comments sent to you, I think you did provide some house fits, but I just question this one being put in a hole. So if we open up that tree protection by a quarter, it just helps that tree and keeps all the fill and grades and what have you. And I think that is one of my examples where I hope that you can just add an open field here. Just these interior trees. So, you know, again, if it means just a slight lot line shift or a bow in a lot line, just to give those trees and maintain that existing grade is where I was coming from.
Well, Eric, will we have the ability to work with you on that? Or is that going to be a hard and fast rule and that 1.25 is an absolute no touch zone?
I think I leave a little leeway. I do mention street, sidewalk, and open space, but I think I'm willing to adjust that to work with you with fill.
I'm just worried, like for that lot that you pointed out right there, you know, we have done product fits that put product on these lots and avoid the trees. And if all of a sudden the trees are 25% bigger, I don't know if those lot fits work anymore.
Okay. Well, I don't want to exactly retract my condition, but I'm willing to work with you.
Okay.
So let the board decide or discuss.
Okay. Do we have Mr. Kerr on the line? Did he call?
Yes. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
While we're doing that, can you fast forward to the conditions again?
Excuse me?
I just want to see the conditions. Go ahead.
And I will say that we're agreeable to all conditions except for number 4, which we have a lot of concern over. We can do, I mean, we'll do our best to implement that everywhere possible, but I'm concerned that there are a handful of lots where it just won't be doable given the plan that we've got now.
Understood. Chairman Adrian, I think Mr. Kerr wants to speak.
Okay, that's fine, Mr. Kerr. Was he present when we did the swearing in? He was not, was he? Because he was trying to get in?
That's right. I was not online when you did that.
Okay, so let's just real quick, Mr. Kerr, do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Oh, so help you God. Thank you.
Well,
Yes.
help me God.
Sorry. Go ahead, please. Please state your name, your address, and present.
James J. Kerr, K-E-R-R, 2745 Cantor Lane on Johns Island.
Thank you.
This property that is in this PUD, of which 30-something acres Stanley Martin currently owns inside the PUD. We own the rest of it. They bought that from us. It's been part of a family piece of land for going on 100 years, almost 100 years. And one thing that is driven during the charrette, as well as our understanding and agreement with Stanley Martin and Russ and them understanding Seaman Whiteside, is that we are intent on being good stewards of this land because we've owned it so long. My brother Richard and I live out here on the property adjacent to what we're doing. And a side note is the property that we live on, we put conservation easements on. So about 116 plus acres essentially will never have a development on it. And we do that as part of this good steward concept that we tried to fold into this entire plan. The character of Johns Island is something that also, as part of that good steward concept, that we want to make sure that what is actually put in place as a home community embodies some of the best of what Johns Island has to offer, and the trees are a significant part of that. And we think that the plan that they have evolved into currently fits those two things, the Johns Island as well as the overall concept of having good trees on site. I talked about the conservation easement and the reduction of the number of homes that would have been allowed under the old zoning. And then that transmitted to under the PUD. It could have had like 250, I think Russ said, and we're down to 114 now. All that is a good side because it allows land, as he talked about, tree growth areas and what have you, that's going to add to the ambiance and the Johns Island concept of this area. Now, I understand I'm talking concept and I'm talking what we'd like to see, and I'm sure it's subject to some fine tuning between staff and the engineers, but I believe that we are so close to having what we want to have as far as the concept plan that I've got to believe that we're 99% there with some fine tweaking. And I can't tell you how I think that Eric goes above and beyond, and I'm not blowing smoke at him, this is true, that I think that he goes above and beyond to not only protect the land and preserve the land, but also work with the developer and bring it about something. As long as it's not a cut and paste, strip the land, stick a bunch of houses on it. And I think part of what you're looking at today, that concept has really been embellished by Eric's involvement in it. And I appreciate that. So unless there's a question of me, I'm going to stop right now because there are experts that you can ask questions of. Thank you for the time and thank you for the consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Kerr.
And we did give that land for the pitchfork. That's not a maybe, that's a done deal.
Excellent, thank you. Is there anybody else present, I guess, that would like to speak on behalf of the project? So I'm not hearing anybody. So Mr. Schultz, is there anybody present that is opposed?
Mr. Chairman, nobody registered to speak and or nobody left a comment.
Well, fantastic. Then we will close the public portion of this application and it will be open to the board for discussion and questions. If I could start, Eric, the sketches that you did, would those be just to enhance existing trees planned to be saved, or were those sketches to save additional trees and reduce the number from 40 grand trees to be removed down to 36 or 35?
These sketches represent my concern for the proximity of fill. Basically, I just felt further studies needed to ensure that if we're going to say we're preserving these trees in close proximity, either on lots or close to lot lines, that we need to be very careful as to how we place that necessary fill for the building pad, and just reworking contour lines, adding, I'll start over here. This is a unique lot where there's some kind of a drainage easement, so I assume this is the building pad, but grades were coming across these trees, so maybe just a low retaining wall.
Okay.
You know, just you know, again, this was a landscape architect, horticulturalist looking at engineering plans, and you know, I've read a lot of engineering plans in the past, but you know, this is just 15, 20 half-hour worth of work.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have a question?
The conservation easement that the applicant mentioned, is that adjacent to the property, or that's just spread out over Johns Island?
So their lands are the homesteads are south, so somewhere in this vicinity, well aware from the PUD down in this area. I don't know the exact boundaries or the property lines.
Is it adjacent, I guess was the question, right?
Correct.
Mr. Kerr or Russ, do you know if these properties that I got the cursor kind of circling on, are they in conservation easement or down here? I don't know how many lots they own, or
It's the property.
It's in those white areas.
Correct. It's the property directly adjacent to the PUD that
Right.
has been put under conservation.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that clarity.
I think it's a fine plan. The only thing that I would ask, Eric, is that I think in number one of your statement about the 390, when we're asking for that many trees and a reforestation, and you've already stipulated that they're supposed to be natives, I think we also should probably put like no more than 20% can be one species, because I don't think you want a species, singular species heavy replanting.
I understand, and I think through TRC, it's not uncommon for a zoning comment to be introduced diversity in the plant palette.
All right, we fast forward to the conditions one more time. Unless anybody else wanted to see a different slide, I hate to step on anybody's toes there. This condition number 4, that green trees be assigned a TPZ that is 1.25 times the required impervious setback. I feel like I'm fine with that, unless, you know, Eric, you said you would work with the applicant. You know, I trust you to quote unquote work with the applicant, but I don't have a problem with the 1.25 times or any other ratio that you feel is appropriate. Unless anybody has any other comments, I'm happy to make a motion.
If I could clarify that, I do understand the concern. I'm willing to maybe just slightly modify that. Let's start out with 1.25 as to where the tree protection barricade is placed, and then rely back on the ordinance as to the impervious setback. But at least the barricade's out first during bulk clearing, major construction, and then as we get down to specific lot design for the house, then we can work with the existing ordinance.
I think that's
We're great with that. We're great with that. Thank you.
All right, well then, I'm gonna move to approve with staff recommendations, with the modification that number 4, you add the sentence, as staff deems appropriate, and then that'll be it.
Excellent.
I'll second.
All right, so we have a motion by Emmanuel Ferguson, seconded by Amanda Barton. And I will go and do the call. Mr. Webb?
Aye, in favor.
All right, Ms. Barton?
Aye, in favor.
Ms. Murphy?
Aye, in favor.
Ms. Postel? Oh, you're muted.
Nell?
And now you're still muted. There you go.
Aye, in favor.
Excellent. Mr. Ferguson?
Aye, in favor.
Mr. Hargett?
Aye, in favor.
And Mr. Chairman Adrian is aye in favor also, so that motion is approved 7-0. Thank you for your time and patience with us today. All right, so we will go to our next item. Is item B4, and that is 778 St. Andrews Boulevard, TMS of 418-1500107, application number 2006-03B4, requested variance from section 54-347 to allow a reduced landscape buffer width, zoned GO. Eric Schultz with city staff, your time now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Here's the application. The lot is located on St. Andrews Boulevard in that block as shown with the crosshatching. The entire frontage, all those are in the city and zone general office. The property is there. It's a residential in character structure. Again, a lot of what's happened along St. Andrews Boulevard converted to office. There's the front of it. Couple dogwood trees that I think are in trouble with anthracnose, and there's actually some decay in the trunks. Driveway curb cut exists. There's the survey. So note the site plan. The site plan, there's a very large tree in the back of the house or the structure, and they're trying to provide good space around that. That's that big white area here, and then there's a tree here. So the whole area back here is kind of gravel and disorganized, so they're trying to organize. Obviously they'll have to provide a handicap space, and a ramp will be built on the back of the structure. And then due to the nature of the office, it's really underserved for parking, so they want to provide 2 parking spaces out front. And that's the issue in front of you tonight. St. Andrews Boulevard is a classified road under landscape buffer ordinance, and it requires a 15-foot landscape buffer. And again, the sidewalk, the front walk exists with the front stoop, but they like to put in a couple parking spaces there. Here's the plan. You can see there's a large live oak that they want to keep cars off of, and then a island here, and then 2 spaces out front. This is the looking, I guess, east or south toward the peninsula. That's my city vehicle parked in a parking space on the neighboring property, and then here's the driveway. And the flagging is right here. The right-of-way line's right about there. There was a flag there. This is looking toward the Ashley River, or toward up Ashley River Road. And again, here's examples of what's, I wouldn't say, the whole strip provides parking out front, but there is very much precedent for this thing. And again, it's not very attractive, and that's hence why we have a buffer, but due to the depth and the tree in the backyard, I think this particular property has some unique features about it. So staff recommends approval with the condition that they install a low wood fence. This could be like a picket style fence, maybe 18 inches high, at just behind the right-of-way line between the parking. Obviously, that would require DRB. Again, the style and the height could be talked about and negotiated. And then plant a 2.5-inch live oak on the left front lawn area, and then enhance that low wall with some native shrubs along the fence. So I do have an email that I like to read at this point before I bring on the applicant, just because it wasn't submitted through the webinar requests, but it came from Council Member Kevin Shealy. Hi, Eric. I hope you are doing well. Rabbi Saniel called me, let me know he was asking for parking spaces in front of his building at 778 St. Andrews Boulevard. My insurance agency is across the street, and we were looking forward to the Saniel Law Office being there. I just wanted to let you know that as a neighboring business, I would support Mr. Saniel in his request to have parking in front of his office. Many of the businesses along St. Andrews Boulevard offer parking in front of their buildings, and I think it would make sense here. I appreciate any help you can give Mr. Saniel. So I just wanted to read that into record. So with that, let's bring on the applicant. We'll bring on Rabbi Saniel.
Excellent. Thank you, Eric. Let's see.
Can anybody hear me?
Excellent. So let me swear you in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Excellent. Thank you. If you would state your name and your address and then present.
Yeah, I want to correct my name. It's Ravi Saniel.
Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. I'm an attorney in Charleston. I'm my resident. My home address is 2342 Eagle Creek Drive. Of course, this is my new law office that I'm renovating. I'm renovating as we speak. And Mr. Schultz has got it. Has described it correctly. For me to have adequate parking for this law office, I've got 6 offices that are going to be in this building. I've added an upstairs to this building. So there's going to be 3 offices up, 3 offices down. We don't have enough parking. So we really do need those 2 additional spaces in the front. And as you can see, the dentist office right next door has 4 parking spaces up front. Kevin Shealy's office across the street has 2 or 3 offices up front. Up and down 61 and up and down St. Andrews Boulevard, these types of structures just like mine, which are old houses that have been converted to law offices, are parking up front, up and down 61 St. Andrews Boulevard. So there's definitely precedence for it, and it'll be just like the office next door. We have hardships in the back with the handicap parking space. Of course, we're bringing this all up to code. So I'm losing a space because of the handicap space. And then of course we have the very, very large live oak in the back. So I'm asking you all to approve this application. I do have questions about the fence, because this is the first I'm hearing about the fence. And I would like to know kind of where you want me to put it. I'm trying to visualize where this fence would go. So if someone can help me with that, I appreciate it.
Yes, I'll jump in. So can you see my cursor?
Yes, I can. Yes.
So I was just thinking, if this was a scrape and a rebuild, the DRB would have purview, and I'm not sure exactly where their purview is with your modifications to the building. But I was thinking it would be kind of attractive And I think there are some examples, not necessarily nearby, but up and down 61, but just a low fence that would come across here. You would have a nice gap in it to invite people up your front walk, and then a little low fence here. It would stop somewhere here not to impede vision clearance. It would be low, 18 inches at the max, maybe, just to give a little built element across the front, and then enhance it. You could put a vine on it to make it go green. You could put just some flowers, some color, whatever, and then the live oak would be planted right in the center of this panel here.
Okay. What about, I was going to put a palmetto tree there instead of a live oak. I wanted to put a palm tree in the front over there. So are you asking me to put a live oak in addition to a palm tree?
Well, I think you can maintain what you're showing here, but I just view even San Andreas Boulevard as part of the historic 61 corridor. And it's just, we got some beautiful live oaks to the east and west of your project. I just thought not to get into the power line, so it'd have to be stepped back, but just offset, maybe not centered, but you could still view your palm, but plant a nice live oak right here just to help with that buffer requirement, because a 15-foot landscape buffer requirement would have a canopy, a recommended tree requirement, an understory tree, and then buffer shrubs. So that's where I think we could probably go light on the shrubs if you do the fence and just enhance the base of and then plant one tree here.
Okay, that sounds good to me. I'll do that. I respectfully ask you all to accept my application.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for your time, Chairman Adrian, Mr. Schultz. Is there anybody else present that would like to speak or in favor or against?
Mr. Chairman, we did not receive a request to speak, or nobody left a comment.
Excellent. We will close this application to the public and it'll be open to the board for discussion or questions, or hopefully a quick motion.
I have two questions, and I can't read it on this plan. How big is that crepe myrtle in the back of the parking lot?
I don't know the answer to that. My architect put that in, so I do not know. I do not know the answer to that.
Eric, have you been to the site?
I saw the live oak. The live oak caught my attention, but I didn't really pay attention to the crepe.
I would say this is Chairman Adrian. It looks like it says 5 at 7-inch crepe myrtle.
I didn't really pay attention to it. I'm
So
sorry.
five 7-inch diameter trunks then.
That's what it looks like. It says to me. It says 5 at 7-inch.
Okay. Because at first I was
2-inch crepe myrtle. No. Am I reading the right thing? New Island with 2-inch crepe myrtle?
No, all the way in the back right corner.
Oh, I got you.
So if it's a 5 7-inch trunks, then it's a 35-inch crepe, depending on where they're joining, right, Eric?
That is correct, but their parking's here. Their space is well off of the tree, and like I said, this area back here has been used, compacted gravel and what have you. So I think they're enhancing it with mulch and creating these beds.
Yeah, but that's not where I was going. Where I was going was until I was, because I couldn't see how big the crepe myrtle was. Right. It seemed like one of the spaces could be in the back there. But if it's a grand tree back there,
right,
then no, we don't want to be on the route. Because when I'm looking at this, I don't see navigate enough backup space for those 90-degree spaces in the front of the property. Yeah, it looks like.
Yeah. I'm not sure. Go ahead.
Because it looks like there's a wall or something. There's something drawn in on that right-hand side of the driveway. It looks like a.
This is what I did when I visited the site. I pulled into the subject property and I looped right around in here. It's just like an at-grade little brick curb type thing.
Uh-huh.
It's all paved in
here.
Okay. I literally did a U-turn right there.
I'm just thinking if the property next door got changed, would he be able to back out of those spaces?
If you see that little at grade curb, it's kind of just, there's grass kind of growing there, but it's pretty much I think there's enough vehicle room to access those spaces.
That's not my point. My point was if somebody changed 776 St. Andrews, then will he be able to get out of those parking spaces without doing like a 4-point turn?
Right. Well, right here is their curb cut, their
Yep.
main driveway that accesses the back behind the house.
Okay.
So this will always be a drive.
Excellent. Do we have any other questions? Or would anybody like to make a motion?
Well, let's make sure we don't catch any liability, because that first spot, I'm with Amanda, that first spot looks a little sketchy. Pulling in, wheeling that thing in off of 61. I mean, you can't turn your car full and then slip into that. I mean, Jeff, you probably can speak to that better than I can, but that looks a little tight. It only looks like it's about 10 feet in to the property, plus or minus.
I think maybe you should defer to the applicant on his proposed turnover rate, and whether these are used for employees or not. Maybe that would help that answer.
Might be the employee of the month spot right there.
Exactly. Well,
Driving a Mini.
Is that question directed to me?
Yes, I did. I think I asked for the chairman to address you. Yes.
And like I said, it's working fine for the dentist office next door, who's got 4 spots right on 61, and it's been there for years. He's working with about the same amount of space that I am. I do think that maybe lot parking spot number 5, maybe probably could be moved a little bit closer to the shrubs there. I understand your concern with parking lot number 4 being, the concern about that being too close to 61. But, the dentist office next door is doing what I'm doing times 2. And that's been in existence for years.
All right, thank you.
And I'm only taking liability for what I stamp and seal.
All right.
Would
Anybody have a motion?
Well,
Now, Pastel, I make a motion we approve with staff recommendation.
I'll second that motion.
Excellent. So we have a motion by Nell Pastel for approval with staff conditions, seconded by Emmanuel Ferguson. And I will go through the roll. Mr. Webb?
Aye, in favor.
Ms. Barton?
Aye, in favor.
Ms. Murphy?
Aye, in favor.
Ms. Pastel?
Aye, in favor.
Mr. Ferguson?
I did not mute. Aye, in favor.
Excellent. Mr. Hargett?
Aye, in favor.
And the chairman, Mr. Adrian, says aye in favor. The motion is approved 7-0. We thank you for your application and time. That will lead us to the next item, which is item B5. Find B5. B5 is 2343 Ashley River Road, the TMS number of 35404000005, application number 200603B5. Request a variance from section 54.327 to allow the removal of 10 grand trees. Request a special exception from section 54.327 to allow the removal of 1 grand tree, zoned GB.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And
Yes,
thank you,
Mr. Schultz, it's yours.
Thank you for the applicants for hanging in there. This is quite an experience, 9 o'clock. Anyway, okay. Application, his documentation for hardship and trees. This site is adjacent to Folly, Ashley River Road. It's kind of a narrow but deep lot adjacent to a public storage facility and then a nursing home. The nursing home is on the DR4. This is zone GB. And then the self-storage is to the north on GB zone land. It's wooded, and there's a shot from Ashley Road. There are a couple decent live oaks that are vine engulfed but are contributing to the historic corridor. So the top image shows the existing conditions, somewhat unique here, and probably why this lot doesn't have a structure on it. I think it once did have a home on it. There's a small gap between the wetlands here with a little pipe, and there's evidence that maybe the driveway came up in here, and then the house, there's actually a little crossing here, was back in here, residential most likely at the time. But so there are wetlands, and there are numerous grand trees, which I'll get into, but I want to describe the project. Very large required landscape buffer out on Ashley Road. Obviously, this area isn't really conducive for any development because of the wetlands, so they're pushing everything toward the back. Two structures. The larger structure, I'll let the applicant describe more in depth, but it's my understanding it's like a large gym type of facility that in which actual competitions could occur in that building, and then this is support commercial and retail. Note here, note here that there is a ditch that traverses across here. When this site was developed, they picked up that ditch, brought the pipe across, and then through their parking lot to get it out to the side street there. And then of course there's kind of like a natural flow of water here, and then another kind of natural flow of water here. So they have to accommodate for the lowness of the property and in introducing parking and building. So they're proposing a very large linear retention area here with you know, the pipes coming into the designed feature and then out through the outfall here, tying in through some it wasn't quite clear if they have easements. I believe they do through this property. So peppered with grand trees, a couple very nice live oak and grade A or higher quality trees. The reds or Fs were blown over, and then we have a myriad of different species here. I broke that up so you could kind of see where they fall within the scheme. The water flowing out on the southern side, the detention area. And so these would be in building and or parking. And then on this end, again, in parking and or building. So what we have is kind of keep this in your head here, 12, 13, and 14. We have 27.5 hickory, 34 hickory, 25 post oak. Moving to the other end of the project, 21, 20 through 29. You have 28 water oak, 26.5 willow, live oak, poplar, red oak. You can see the grades and their issues: V crotch, V shaped, poor form, hollow, and then poplar and magnolia. So a total of 11 grand trees, 10 requiring a variance, and 1 water oak requiring a special exception. Here's the numbering that the arborist did when he went through. That relates to that table. Here are the photos. Hickory, arching trees, leaning trees. Note the southern magnolia with a cavity and lean. So staff recommends approval with the condition to plant 273.75 caliber inches of native canopy trees on the project site. A few live oak trees need to be planted adjacent to River Road. I think it's important to establish the next generation of live oak in the corridor. Must use 4-foot chain link fence as tree protection barricades. Must study shifting a few parking spaces to eliminate small encroachments into the tree protection zone. I'll go back and discuss that. Must have a certified arborist treat and prune all protected and grand trees to be preserved. It must have a landscape plan approved by both TRC and so note that there is an opportunity to preserve some trees, and we have a large area here, but there's a couple here, but I thought maybe if we could study removing some of the parking or doing just a tad bit better to relieve some of that small encroachment here with the drive aisle and here as well. And then of course, these are out front of all the construction activity. And I will turn it over to the applicant. We have Mr. Cameron Baker and Lisa Capriotti.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Schultz. This is Chairman Adrian. If you are ready, it looks like both applicants are on now. If I can swear y'all in, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. So in any order that you want to speak, go ahead and just state your name and your address for the record, please.
Dr. Lisa Capriotti. I'm the property owner, and I'll start off. I'm only just going to give some very general concept for the plan, and then Mr. Baker is going to talk in depth about the more technical aspects of it. So just a small amount of background. My husband and I are residents of West Ashley. We have been in the fitness and education industry, I guess you could say, for several years now. My husband is a administrator for Berkeley County, and I'm a professor at the Citadel. And in our free time, we've gotten highly involved in volunteer youth athletics. As part of that, we've run a number of different athletic events for youth and adults that are regional in size. So they bring in some kids from North Carolina, Georgia, maybe Northern Florida, to the Charleston area. And one of the biggest drawbacks that we have when we run these events, and by the way, we run these all through our a nonprofit that we started. But one of the biggest issues that we have is finding available venue space, particularly during the school year when there's a lot of other indoor sports that would compete for space. And so that led us to start to look for an opportunity to develop a small recreational athletics event space that we could, and that's how we kind of stumbled into this property. Our goal is to develop a community-oriented fitness almost complex. We want to have walking trails, and we want to be able to utilize the natural beauty inherent on the property to the greatest extent possible. And so as you look at this, you'll probably notice that we really tried to utilize the areas where we had grand trees of poor quality to build on, and we really want to maintain as much of the natural landscape as we can, both for our customers as they come in, but also for ourselves. And obviously, as Charleston residents, we really enjoy all the effort that you folks put into maintaining the beautification of our city. I think that's about it, unless I've missed anything, Cameron.
No, I think that was great. A whole lot more thoughtful and eloquent than I could have done.
Cameron, if you would just state your full name and address for the record, please.
Oh, yes, sir. Lisa Capriotti at 527 Savannah Highway, Charleston, 29407.
Yeah. And Cameron Baker, 1942 Sam Rittenberg Boulevard, Charleston, South Carolina. And again, Cameron Baker, I'm the civil engineer for the project. Kind of following up to Lisa's summary, we've got quickly just the front building. It would be a ground floor retail and second, third story residential uses. And the rear building is the one that will be the assembly space event center that could be large enough to host these regional events with some more weekly type classes that may go on. A little bit about the property. So as Eric referenced, the property is undeveloped. It's got wetlands, a lot of stormwater considerations, access considerations, and obviously grand trees. The client engaged Mike Russell with Natural Directions to provide the original tree assessment. Subsequent to that, Eric and I walked the site in mid-February, so just to kind of review the trees and Mike Russell's assessment. Both of those have been provided as part of this submittal, and the plan that highlights kind of has the tree grades overlaid on top of the proposed plan. Somewhat is the composite of both Mike Russell's and Eric Schultz's comments and grades. Getting into the kind of some of the site's design considerations and characteristics, the site stormwater was kind of a driving force to how we would look at laying the site out. Predominantly the site, it's got a ditch that runs north-south that drains the self-storage facility to the north, drains through our property and into a existing stormwater system that was built by the assisted living facility. As Eric mentioned, they piped around their buildings and essentially stubbed out a pipe to that ditch to capture and collect runoff from this site. So that was kind of the initial driver to locating providing the most efficient stormwater location. We've gone with a wet pond here to help mitigate the amount of fill that we can have on the site. Having them stub out a pipe allowed us to cut the pond in to a great extent. So while there will be fill requirements in between the two buildings. Essentially the rear building, while elevated slightly, it will be more or less at grade. The wetlands was the second part of kind of some of the site challenges that we were working through. The site's got approximately 0.7 acres. We're in the process of pursuing a nationwide permit with the Corps to impact approximately half acres of those wetlands. Because of we had a concentrated amount of the live oaks and good health were up front. And because of the stormwater needing to be in the rear, we focused the half-acre wetland impacts to the rear of the property. So it's that larger wetland cluster in the back with also a little piece allowing for the driveway construction. In doing so, we shoved the site to the rear 2/3 of the property. This is in context or in concert with the property to the north and the south. The assisted living facility also has a large kind of front yard area that was just, again, I think wetlands and pushback. The final design consideration as far as it kind of drove the current layout was access. We have limited frontage relative to the property, relative to the property of the size. We've oriented the access onto 61 to line up across the street or across, line up with the driveway across the street, which is the Family Dollar. Preliminary concept or discussions with SCDOT. This was kind of, obviously the preferred orientation of the driveway. This also allowed us to preserve some of the grand trees that are up front and also helped mitigate the amount of wetlands impacts as we traverse to the rear of the property. So we did study options where we looked to, let's focus, let's look at focusing the impacts up front and somehow orient wetland long and linear along the south, but it resulted in a stormwater system that wasn't as efficient, that drove more fill and subsequently impacted more trees. So we settled in on the rear the rear orientation of the site plan. As far as the impacts go to the trees, we obviously did our best to preserve all of the grade A trees. As far as the trees that we're requesting removal from, of the 11, only 1 is considered B. The rest of the trees are considered C or poor. So we did try to preserve as many as we can. As Eric referenced, we do have the cluster of trees kind of in the parking lot there. Eric, if you can kind of scroll back to the site plan with the colored tree. There you go. There's 2 trees there. One is, a grade B 34-inch red oak. The other one is a grade B 27-inch red oak. We did try to orient the parking lot, and we will certainly further study that layout to see if we can provide even more room to stay out of that drip line or the tree protection zone. That area, though worth mentioning, it will be a tree well. We will have depending on where you are, that area, we will have anywhere from 12 to maybe 18 inches of wall there. However, we will stub out a storm drain into that tree well, a little small inlet, and none of the design storm events will actually stage up to that elevation. So it will remain dry under design events as far as subject to ponding. The cluster of trees that are closer to the front building, they're planned west of the front building. We've also able to manipulate that to the pond, so there won't be any well feature there. We will have a wall on the drive that kind of bisects those two tree areas. I think that might be all I have, and I guess I can open it up for questions.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Schultz, is there anybody else present that was requested to speak in favor or opposed to the application?
Mr. Chairman, we did not receive any requests for speakers and/or any comment.
Excellent. Then we will close this application to the public. It'll be open to the board for discussion or questions.
I'm always concerned about flooding in this area, and it looks like they've done their best to make sure that that is taken care of. I am a little concerned about the application to try to encroach on some of the wetlands that I think the applicant was talking about. I'm concerned about that. I don't think we need to be doing that in this area that is prone to flooding. I'm a resident of West Ashley. We get a lot of talk in West Ashley about how that area in particular up 61 is prone to flooding. But I don't know how else you could utilize the property. So I think you may meet the hardship test, but I'm very concerned about if anything can be done to make sure that as little impact on the wetlands is done as possible. That's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Emmanuel, I can assure you that our stormwater department, the incredible work that they're doing in all regions of the city and every project that comes through TRC. Cameron, I'm sure, is very capable, but it will be very thoroughly reviewed.
Excellent. Okay. Any other questions? Is anybody? Oh, sorry. Andrew, did you have something to say?
That's typical site. I think Cameron did a good job. Can't make an omelet without breaking some eggs, right?
All right. So then we have a motion by anybody.
This is Nell. I'll make a motion with staff recommendation.
Paula Murphy will second.
All right. So then we'll go to the call for the motion for approval by Nell Postel for approval of staff conditions, seconded by Paula Murphy. Mr. Webb, how do you vote?
Aye, in favor.
Ms. Barton?
I in favor, though I think it's wrong fit for the site, but so be it.
All right, Ms. Murphy?
I in favor.
Ms. Postel?
I in favor.
Mr. Ferguson?
I in favor.
Mr. Hargett?
Aye, in favor.
And Mr. Adrian says aye in favor. It is approved 7-0. We thank you for your time today and application. That will adjourn the meeting.
That concludes the June 3rd, 2020 BZA site design meeting. Thank you all for hanging in there.
That's not too bad. If you average that out for 3 meetings, we did pretty good.
So who has the,
if you look at it like that, yeah.